Yes, hello everyone. Online students, am I audible? Offline, I know. Yes, that's fact. Who ads and law. So I have an experience. You're not scoring after my. What I'm trying to say, we focus in the class to do that. Flip to papers. You can't expect. I mean, whatever you're expecting. I mean, you'll not be able to say that I'll get this much. Still end up not clearing. Make sure you score maximum. Of course, economics very easy. Of course, one difficult. Huh? Sorry, not difficult. We'll make it right. So for the first one and maximum one, I'll be taking calculation. We learn a lot of tricks. Get answer in calculator. That we will size on. Right? Are we ready? Please open. Oh, is my voice breaking? Sajit, can't hear me. Suhas, can you hear me? Check once. Yes. Audible now. No voice. Sir. Why Silvan? delay. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry. Don't worry. Voice.
Classroom में कम वाला classroom में कम वाला classroom में कम वाला
Okay. Okay. Right, Lily. Yes, am I audible? Maradala. Video quality is also low.
Quality
That is good only. You are already. Yes, guys, I think it should be fine now, right? Okay. So first, let me take you through the syllabus and the weightage of each chapter, right? I think you are all aware of it, right? Should I be giving again? Yeah, please take down. Basic mathematics, the first chapter. The first chapter is ratio, proportion, indices and logarithm. The weightage of this chapter is 4 to 5. Minimum 4 questions, maximum 5 questions. Chapter 2 is equations. Weightage of this chapter? Anyone? 3 to 4. Minimum 3, maximum 4 questions. Chapter 3, linear inequalities. The weightage of this chapter is 1 to 2, minimum 1 question, maximum 2 questions. Chapter number 4, money for you. Mathematics of finance. The weightage of this chapter is 13 to 14. Minimum 13 questions, maximum 14 questions. A very, very important chapter. Chapter 5, permutation and combination. The weightage is 3 to 4. Chapter number 6 is sequence and series. Weightage of which is 3 to 4 again. Chapter 4, sets, relations, functions, limits and continuity. Weightage is 4 to 5. Minimum 4 questions, maximum 5 questions from this chapter. And chapter number 8 is differential and integral calculus. The weightage of which is 4 to 5. So these are the chapters of mathematics. The total weightage is 40 marks. So there are 3 sections: basic mathematics, logical reasoning, and statistics. Logical reasoning and statistics, you can target 60 out of 60, right? Because it's very easy. I'm not saying that basic mathematics is difficult. It is easy. The thing is, you need to practice more questions. More questions you practice, more clarity you will have, and you can score. If you can score around 30 to 35 from this basic mathematics section, definitely your marks will be more than 85, 90. It all depends upon your basic mathematics marks. Definitely you'll be scoring, very good marks in logical reasoning. High marks from this section, definitely your marks will be above 85, easily 90. Right. So accuracy levels, students will say 96, they'll get 96. As simple as that. So that much accuracy you must have, right? Don't take the answers which you are not sure of. That's a very important thing. And there are some mantras that you have to follow when you take up paper 3. As the thing is, the total time allotted for this paper is 2 hours, 120 minutes, right? I think most of you would have faced the exam, right? So, even for filling the OMR sheet, the time allotted is not extra, right? It is within that 2 hours only. So how much time you took for OMR sheets, filling up OMR sheets? 2-3 minutes, let's say 5 minutes. Then what did you do after that? Started solving questions. Start to one question at a time. Never do that. Never do that. What I would expect you to do is spend some 5 to 6 minutes of time in having a glance of the entire paper once. See, the biggest mistake the student will do is he'll waste like around 5 to 6 minutes in filling up OMR sheet. He'll be behind the time always, he or she, whoever it is, and thinking that I have only 110 minutes or 115 minutes to answer 100 questions. That pressure will be there always, right? The moment you enter into the examination hall. So what you guys have to do basically is have a give some 5 to 6 minutes. That's okay, no problem. To have a glance at the questions, all 100 questions once. Identify those easy questions, because I have heard students saying that, sir, I attempted only 15-20 questions in first 1 hour, and later I turned the pages and saw the easier questions were towards the end. Don't put yourself into that situation. Have a glance at the entire paper, identify that 50 to 60 easy questions. Easy questions in the sense like one-liner questions you can see, right? Those questions, you please answer them first. It's always the confidence. That means in within 1 hour, if you answer 50 questions, nothing like it. Compare that with a situation wherein you solve only 20 questions in 1 hour. That pressure will be high. And even if you know concepts also, you'll tend to forget in that pressure. So don't ever put yourself into that situation. So it's okay to spend that 5 to 6 minutes time to have a glance at the paper, then identify those 50, 60 easy questions to start off with first. Don't start from the beginning. So ICI has uh, this basically giving that 10, 15 questions very difficult. Normally lengthier questions. Lengthier question for reading only you'll take 1 minute. But please do, even if the question is lengthy, don't read the entire question. If the lengthy question comes, read the last part of it. What is asked, you see. Rather than that, if you start reading the entire question and then you see what is asked, then again you'll have to go back to the question to gather the information. So better you see the last part of it, see what is asked for basically to find that particular thing, what is required, you write down the formula and gather the information required for that particular formula. That is the thing that you have to do. It's not that you read the entire question. For reading the question itself, it takes like 40-50 seconds. It is lengthy, right? Don't ever do that. Am I clear so far? Am I clear? Everybody say yes or no. And since it is the first day, right? So I want you to get adjusted to my speed. So please bring it to my notice if I'm going fast. Of course, it has to be because it's a fast track. But nevertheless, if you still feel it's fast, please bring it to mind. Right? Am I clear? Everybody. So please open your calculators. The calculators that I would suggest you guys is 512 model. 512 model. See, 512 model will not have any issue. Could be CT 512, GT 512, whatever it is. 512 model is the best. The reason being is in Casio calculator, there's a memory problem. Every time you'll have to clear the memory. In an exam, you'll be in a hurry to do the problems quickly, right? So if for example, if you forget clearing the memory, you'll be doing a lot of memory calculations actually, right? So if you forget clearing the memory, you'll be tense first of all. Suppose if you forget gone, you'll not get the answer only. So please don't put yourself into that situation. Better go with the 512 model. The one, can you just give it to me? Let me show it to you. Screen. This is the one. 512 model, the best one, right? And make sure when you're buying it, whether there is a GT button. Of course, there is a GT button over here. There should be a GT button, M plus, M minus, MRC, right? So if these buttons are there, that's more than sufficient. And I'm not marketing this. I'm not going to get any commission for this, right? So please don't think that way. I'm not marketing 512 model. He is not my relative, neither my friend or nor Sasural, whatever, right? Okay. So 512 model is the best model because you need not have to clear the memory. And there are some problems with Casio calculators, like raising the powers and all. You will have to press into button twice. So let's not use such calculators, especially for maths. I'm not sure about other subjects. For maths, that's the best 512 model. Better carry 2 calculators. Your bad luck if that calculator is there's a breakdown of calculator that particular day. You never know, right? So what if the other calculator also takes down? Gone, right? I mean, no one can share. No one will share the calculator. Don't expect that, right? So better carry 2 calculators, right? So with that note, let us start quickly. Right. The basic calculations. See, this emphasizes more on calculations wherein you need not write much on paper. No matter however lengthy the calculation is, everything in the calculator only you're going to perform. Nothing on paper, right? Of course, on top of this also, there are some shortcuts. For each chapter, I'll be giving shortcuts. The mantra here is full of shortcuts, just that you have to practice it. You can practice it, nothing like it, right? Okay, so let us begin. First of all, we'll be learning what calculator tricks. right? So first of all, we'll begin with the calculation where the memory is not required. We will see some of the calculation where memory of your calculator, not your memory, your calculator's memory. So where which calculations require your calculator memory, which calculation doesn't require your calculator memory, that we will see first, right? So please understand, guys, there's something called as simple expression, and the other one is complex. So this is only for the calculator tricks. I'm saying simple doesn't mean, see, whatever simple I'll say, it is applicable only for the calculator tricks. That's it, right? So here, simple expression means there can be n number of terms separated by multiplication sign. If there are n, it could be like 5 terms, 6 terms, any number of terms. If they are separated by multiplication sign, that is termed as simple expression. Am I clear? Simple expression is what? Any number of terms separated by into sign in between. Any number of terms separated by into sign. This is simple expression. What is complex or composite? I mean, complex expression. For the calculator, I'm saying. If the terms are separated by plus or minus. As you may be thinking, addition or subtraction is much easier compared to what? Multiplication and division. Of course, when you do it in your mind, of course, addition, subtraction is much easier compared to multiplication or division. But in calculator, it is not that way, right? In calculator, simple expression means the term separated by into expression, and complex expression means the term separated by plus or minus sign. Am I clear, everybody? Am I clear? So I'm going to give you three expressions, and let's see how we basically do it without the memory of your calculator, right? So let us start with this. Say 52 into 46 into 13.5 in the numerator, right? And in the denominator, 62 into 42 into 71. Look at the numerator. Simple or complex? Simple. Look at this, any number of terms separated by multiplication sign. So it's a simple expression. Look at the denominator, that's also simple. So both numerator and denominator are simple, correct? So how to carry out such calculation in calculator without writing much on paper? Thing is, solve denominator first. When both numerator and denominator are simple, what do? Solve the denominator first. You are not going to use the memory of your calculator. Let me tell you, you are not going to use the memory of your calculator. What you basically do is solve the denominator quickly. Everybody, 62 into 42 into 71. Done? Now, you are not going to write this on paper. Rather, you're going to take it up. See, basically, you need to divide, right? We are avoiding division. We are converting division into multiplication. Why do we do that? So that this will avoid you writing on the paper. Lesser you write, more faster you can do it in the calculator. I mean, in the exam. That's the idea. Clear? Now, how to take this denominator value up in the numerator? So how do you do it? Is press a divide by button and press equal. Press divide and press equal. So by the moment you press divide equal, the value will become its reciprocal, right? You press divide equal after you type the value becomes its reciprocal. So once it becomes reciprocal, just you have to multiply with the numerator. So what you do? Press into. You're avoiding division and you're avoiding division and you're converting that into what? Multiplication by taking its what? Reciprocal. So press into, type 52 into 46 into 13.5. How much? 0.17 466. Right? Everyone got the same? Everybody? Please bring it to my notice if you have any difficulties. You'll learn these things. Of course, along with this, a lot of shortcuts. You can easily do mathematics. Right? The same thing with statistics also. A lot of calculations that you will perform. lesser on paper, more in calculator. Right? Are we clear so far? Online students, both simple. What do you do? Solve denominator, take it up by pressing divide equal. So divide equal basically performed when you want to take the reciprocal of a number. To take reciprocal of a number. Done? Now we'll do the other way around now. Numerator a simple one, denominator complicated. Right? So second one, say 41.25 into 33.16 into 41.12 on 62 plus 45.86 minus 11.5 plus 93. Everybody, look at the numerator. Simple or complex? Simple, simple, simple. Numerator is simple, denominator is complex. See, even for this also, when the numerator is simple, denominator is complex, even for this also, you solve the denominator first. For the first, what's the first case? Tell me. Both numerator and denominator are simple. What did you do? Solve denominator, divide equal, and multiply numerator. You understand the symbols? Into, multiply. NR means numerator, DR means denominator. Is this clear? Here also, when the numerator is simple, denominator is complex. Here also you do the same thing. Solve denominator, take it up. How do you take it up? Divide equal and multiply with the numerator. Are we clear? For the first one, even for the second one, the same thing that you do. So what is the similarity in the first one and the second one? Numerator is simple. When the numerator is simple, you solve the denominator, you take it up and multiply with the numerator. Are we clear? So the similarity in the first question and the second question is the thing is the numerators for both of them is simple only. So what do you do in that scenario? Solve the denominator, take it up by pressing divide equal and multiply with the numerators. Are we clear? Everybody? We'll move on. Third one, numerator is complex, but denominator is simple. When the numerator is complex, denominator is simple, what you basically have to do is solve numerator and divide each term of denominator separately. Are we clear what is simple? What is simple? Terms separated by multiplication sign. Have a look at the expression here. 152.95 minus 61.72 divided by 11.51 into 3.62 into 1.89. Look at the numerator, simple or complex? Numerator is complex because you have a plus or minus sign in between, so it is a complex one. So what to do? What did I say here? When the numerator is complex, denominator is simple, the first thing that you have to solve is the numerator, right? So solve the numerator first. 152.95 minus 61.72. Yeah. Now what you have to guys do is divide each term of denominator separately. I mean to say, first divide 11.51. Done? Now wait. After you divide 11.51, normally what do you think? There's a multiplication sign, let's multiply. No. So these terms are in denominator, so each term must get divided separately. So next, press the divide by button and type 3.62. And then again, press the divide by button, type what? 1.89. How much it is? 1.158. Everyone got this? Clear? Pakka? 100%? Shall we move on? So far we have discussed three types of expressions. The first one being what? Numerator simple, denominator is also simple. Second one also numerator simple, but denominator is complex. For first one and the second one, the same procedure. What is it? Solve the denominator, take it up by pressing divide equal and multiply all the terms in the numerator. Clear? For the first one and the second one, the procedure is the same. Whereas the third one, what is the third one? Numerator is the complex one, denominator is a simple one. Are we clear? Everybody? Is my speed okay for you or you want me to slow down? Is the speed okay? Everybody? Akka? Right. And one more thing, guys. Since we started with lesser notice, because we actually gave a notice of 3-4 days, right, after your results, right? So since it is a short notice, I think people are not aware of whether the class has started or not. So please inform your friends who want to take up the class, and also tell that whatever today's class, if they miss, they'll get the backup for this. Right? Are we clear? Right. So let us continue with the next type of a question. So what could be the next thing? Both are complex. Numerator and denominator both are complex. Say for example, 15.12 plus 16.75 minus 3.75 upon 4.76 minus 2.13 plus 5.26. Look at numerator, simple or complex? Complex, because there's a plus or minus sign in between, and denominator is also a complex one. So guys, now comes the memory. Now comes the So now only you have to use the memory. When both numerator and denominator are the complex, then only you are supposed to use memory. For the first one, did we use the memory? No. What was the first one? Simple, simple. Both numerator and denominator were simple. Second one, simple in the numerator, complex in the denominator. Did we use the memory there? No. Third one, numerator was simple, numerator was complex, denominator was simple. Did we use the memory there? No. What did we do? We solved the denominator, we solved the numerator, then we divided each term of the denominator separately. Clear? For the first one and the second one both, we solved the denominator, we took it up and multiplied all the terms of the numerator. The moment the numerator becomes the complex and this denominator is simple, what do? Solve the numerator and divide each term of the denominator separately. Right. Now, when you have to use the memory of your calculator is the moment the numerator becomes what? Complex, and denominator also complex, there you have to use the memory. So how do you use the memory? Basically is solve the denominator, solve denominator. 4.76 minus 2.13 plus 5.26. Guys, irrespective of the result of this, it could be positive or it could be negative. What should matter to you is what is the sign before this, before the first number that you typed? There's nothing, means it is positive. Irrespective of the result, this result may turn out to be what? Negative also, it doesn't matter to us. What matter to us is what is the sign of the first number that we typed. What is it? Nothing, means it's basically positive. So you're going to store this by pressing m plus. So m plus lets you store the value in the memory as positive. So m plus to store the value as positive, right? So have you stored the value in the memory? Right. Now what you are supposed to do is solve the numerator the same way that you solved denominator. 15.12 15.12 plus 16.75 minus 3.75. Done. Now what are you supposed to do? You are supposed to divide, correct? After the numerator being typed, you are supposed to divide, right? So press the divide by button. Divide what? The value which you already stored. You have already stored the value in the memory. How do you recall the value from the memory? By pressing MRC. The moment you press the MRC button, whatever value already you have stored, that value will appear in the calculator. Yes or no? The value that you see after pressing MRC is the value which you stored before. Yes or no? Now you're supposed to press equal to button. How much it is? 3.56. I'll repeat once again. The numerator is the complex one. Even the denominator is also a complex one. So what did we do? We solve the denominator, store it in the memory by pressing solve denominator and store by pressing M plus. Then what you do? Solve numerator, divide MRC and equal. Guys, do you have to by heart this? Do you have to by heart this? No, right? Yes or no? So you should know how to store the value in the memory as positive by pressing what? M plus. You should know how to recall the value from the memory by pressing what? MRC. There's one more button called M minus. So when do you use it? To store the value in the memory as a negative value. Are we clear so far? Everybody? Say yes or no? Anybody did not get the calculation? Please do let me know. Everyone got this? Shall we move on? Yeah. So you know how to use the memory? How to recall the value from the memory? Yes or no? Under what situation you have to use the memory? When to use, when not to use, that's very important. Now I'll write some expression. You should tell me whether that has to be that can be solved using memory or without the memory. Can you? Will you be able to tell? The question is, and yeah, 1 minus 1 divided by 6.25. Is memory required for this? Memory required? Why the memory is required? Tell me. You see? No. My question is memory required for this? How do you solve then? 1 by 6.25, okay? Plus or minus. Why plus or minus? To make the value negative. Then what you do? Add 1. Right? Everybody, guys, you see here? 1 divided by 6.25. Both are single terms only. You can solve numerator by denominator only. See, when you see the two terms, 1 minus 1 by 6.25, the complex out of the two terms, which one would you give the priority? Board mass, you know? Board mass, you know? Which one do you give the priority to? Is it for subtraction or is it for division? Division, you know board mass, right? Brackets of, then division, multiplication, addition, and then the subtraction. First priority has to be given for division. So 1 divided by 6.25 you did. Clear? Now this value, if you see, it's a negative. Don't use the memory here. Don't use the memory, because look at the first term. It's a simple term. It's only a single term is there. If there is had it been a multiplication of 2 terms or multiplication of 3 terms, then you may have to use the memory, as you cannot perform this in one step in the calculator without memory. So basically what you do, you solve that the difficult part of this expression. The difficult part is which one? The second term, right? 1 by 6.25 you typed. Then look at the sign of it. It's negative. How do you make the value negative? plus or minus. So if you press plus or minus button, the value whatever you have typed will become its negative. Clear? Then you are supposed to look at the sign of 1, it's positive. Would you add or subtract? Add. Plus 1 you are supposed to. Is it clear? Solve the second term, plus or minus to make it negative, then add 1, you get the result. How much it is? 0.8. Are we clear? Everybody? Say yes or no? And let me ask you one more question. Suppose if it is 1 minus 1 by 3, let's say, what do you do? No, is it required that you do that? No, what is the, how did you do it actually? Ah, okay. Is that the way that you do? Look at this, it's a fraction, right? This fraction has to be subtracted from where? 1. From 1. See, whenever a fraction needs to be subtracted from 1, the thing is, you need not use a calculator at all. It is not required that you use a calculator. Instead, what you can do is, look at the numerator and denominator, subtract denominator minus numerator. What is 3 minus 1? And denominator is 3, right? The results denominator is also 3. So 1 minus 1 by 3 is what? By 3. Suppose had there been a positive sign, see what did we do here? Denominator minus numerator we did for subtraction, right? If it is plus, you are supposed to add these two. How much it is? 4 by 3 is the result. Whenever a fraction is subtracted from 1 or fraction is to be added to 1, this is what you do. Don't use the calculator. If it is other than 1, of course, you'll have to use a calculator. For example, 5 minus 6 by 11, let's say. Now you will have to use a calculator. So how do you solve this? Tell me first. 6 by 11? Please type it. No. 6 by 11? Then how do you make it negative? Plus or minus? And then add what? 5. First of all, 6 by 11. The value is negative. How do you make it negative? Plus or minus button. Then add how much? 5 to it. How much it is? 4.4. Yes, you need not think of taking LCM and solving it, right? Straight away in the calculator. Are we clear so far? You may be thinking, so sometimes the answers will be in terms of fraction. What if we get in terms of decimal? So your calculator gives you the value in decimals, right? So no problem. Divide the options. Whichever option gives you this decimal value, that's the right. Does it take more time to divide the options? Right? You can always do it. Clear? Pakka? 100%? అర్థమైందా అర్థ ఆಯ್ತಾ समझ में आ गया మనసిలాయో అరు మల్లు నోవన్ మలయాళం తెలుగునా అర్థమైందా కన్నడ హౌ మెనీ కన్నడ మెజారిటీ కన్నడ ఓన్లీ నమ్మోరు ఓకే shall we move on shall we that's all guys calculation memory calculation you know this basic calculation you should be able to solve I'll give you one more practice quiz let's see how you perform it can we say you have before that I just want to give you take a note to raise the power of a number to n to raise the power of a number to n how do you do it say for example it is 3 power 7 the number here is the 3 and the power is in place of n what we have is 7 so how do you basically do it it's type 3 press into keep pressing equal until the counter number is 8 until the counter number is 8 see don't try to count the equal to button especially when the power is more right so you can't count on how many times you're pressing equal to button so that will definitely it'll lead to a lot of mistakes so don't ever try to keep a count of how many times you're pressing equal to. Of course, the number of times you have to press equal to button is 1 less than the power. If the power is 7, how many times you have to press equal? 6 times. But 6 times is a bigger number. 6 times you have to have a count. That will reduce your speed than what? Keeping the eye on the counter number. So sometimes there are some calculation wherein you can't keep an eye on the counter number. What to do under certain circumstances, I will tell you. Right? So what you do, type 3, type the number, press into, and keep pressing equal until the counter number is how much? N plus 1. In general, I'm generalizing it. If the power is n, the counter number should be n plus 1. If the power is 7, the counter number should be 8. Clear? Or the number of times you have to press equal to button is 1 less than actual power. Number of times you have to press equal to button should be 1 less than actual power. See, this you will have to do only when the power is 3 or 4. Less than that. See, power 4 means only 3 times you have to press equal to button after into button. Yes or no? If it is 4, if it is 3, after into button you have to press only twice. This is better than keeping an eye on the counter. If the power is huge number, then you will have you can't count how many times. Let's say for example power is 36. So these kind of powers you will come across in mathematics of finance chapter. So you'll have to count. The count is missed, gone. Right? So you can't take the risk. Right? Are we clear? Okay. Now again, there will be a kebab mein haddi kind of expressions. Let's see. Say for example, you have 1.02 whole power 36. How do you do this? How do you do this? 1.02, then press into, then keep on pressing equal until counter number is. Please do it. Do it. Do it. Do and tell me how much it is. Nothing will happen to your calculator. You can do it fast. How much? 2.03. This is the answer. How many times you press equal to button? 35 times. Counter number is 37, but 35 times you have to press equal to button. You'll get tired? No, huh? Be lazy, guys. Be lazy. Right? You get tired? No. So many times you're pressing equal to button. Not games. I mean, scrolling down the reels. Scrolling up and scrolling down the reels. Right? You're used to it. Never ever do this exam. Never ever do this. What to do, sir? Ask me, no. What to do? ಇಪ್ಪ ಪಾರಂಗ ಇವಾಗ ನೋಡಿ ಮಜಾ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಈಗ 6 into 6 36 is ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಲ ಈಕ್ವಲ್ ಟು ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ ಆಗಲೇ 35 times you pressed equal, right? your finger will curse you. ಯಾಕೆ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಅಂತ, right? So what you do is, everybody, guys, even the 6 into 6 you need not write on the paper. It's in your mind. So 36 is 6 into 6. Someone may ask, sir, why not 9 into 4? Of course you can do it. Why not 12 into 3? Of course you can do it. But 6 into 6 is more easier. Right? So what to do? Type 1.02. Everybody? Type 1.02. Raise the power to 6. See, for raising the first power to 6, counter reference you can keep. How much is the counter number? 7. Now, press into again. Press into again. Have you raised the power to 6 first of all? Everybody? Press in. Look at this. Is 36 nothing but 6 into 6, right? Press into button. Look at the power. 6, right? Equal to how many times you have to press? Now you cannot keep the counter reference. You cannot keep the counter reference. You have to count equal to button. How many times, guys? Only 5 times? Press equal to 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How much it is? Same. So literally, how many times you press equal to button? Tell me. 10 times. Earlier, 35 times. So this is called a smart work. Understood? Everybody? Pakka? 100%? ಹೇಳ್ರಪ್ಪ, ಕ್ಲಿಯರಾ? ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸಲ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಓಕೆ ಮಾಡಿ. 1.05 whole power. Let me give you 40. How do you split 40? 8 5s are 10 4s are. Which one you want to take? I mean, whatever you want to take. 8 5s are you're comfortable, you do 8 5s are. 10 4s are if you're comfortable, do 10 4s are. But don't mix it up. Which way you want to do? 8 5s are only. Don't write on the paper, in the mind. First you have to raise the power to 8. That means the counter number is 9. Type 1.05 first. Press into, keep pressing equal until the counter number is 9. After that, what do you do? Into button. Power is 5, equal to how many times? 4, huh? 4 times. For power 5, how many times equal to? 4 times. How much it is? Is to 7.03. Everyone got this? Pakka? Everybody? Say yes or no? 100%. What to do when there is a decimal power, sir? ಹೇಳ್ರಪ್ಪ ಏನು ಮಾಡೋದು? ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡಿ. Please take down. When the power is a decimal, so there are only few decimal values you can find. Okay, if the value other than that is asked, you can always approximate. Okay, I'm going to teach you some of the decimal values that you can find. 0.25 you can find, 0.5 you can find. Okay, so in general, let me give you 1.05 whole power n.5. This is n.5. This n can be 2, n can be 3, n can be 4, n can be anything, right? How do you basically solve this? For example, 1.05 whole power 4.5 is what you need to find. Everybody please concentrate. How to find this out is, first of all, the base. What is the base? 1.05. Split the integral part and the decimal part. What is the integral part of n.5? ಅಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿಪ್ಪ, ಇನ್ ಜನರಲೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೇಳಿ. ಪವರ್ n ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಇಂಟು 1.05 whole power 0.5. Correct? Exponential concept I'm applying. Indices concept. Splitting of powers can be done. Yes or no? Agree. What does 0.5 means? 1 by 2. What is the meaning of a number power 1 by 2? Square root. Agree. Any number to the power 1 by 2 is nothing but what? Square root. Any number to the power 1 by n is called as what? Nth root. 1 by 3 means cube root. Clear? So that means it is this you have to do. Base, whatever is a base, power n, the integral part of this decimal value, and then 0.5 if the decimal value is, then the root only once, root of that number. So how do you solve this in the calculator without writing anything on the paper? Look at the first expression, look at the first part of this number and the second part. Both are simple or complicated? No, forget about that. Can you do it in the mind? You can't do it in the mind. So this kind of expression where 1.05 whole power n, for example, n could be 10, n could be 5. Can you do it in the mind? Root of 1.05, can you do it in the mind? No. So it requires what? Suppose had it been 1.05 into root of 1.05, then memory is not required for this. Why? You solve 1.05, press the root into what? 1.05. Khel khatam, dukan band. But this 1.05 has got a power. How much? That you can't do it. See, you may be thinking of doing what? 1.05, press root, then into 1.05, it has got a power 4, right? Let's say 4 or 3, whatever it is. Then press into, keep on pressing equal. No, you cannot do it. Why? Already this value is being typed. Even that value also will get powered. If you do that, the moment you do that, see, you know how to raise the power of a number, right? So initially you do 1.05, press the root, then into 1.05. Then if you want to raise the power, the technique that you know is press into, keep pressing equal. But already before that, there's one number, you already typed it. Even that value also gets to the same power. That should not happen. So why? This requires a memory. Which memory? The calculator. memory. So how do you perform it? Which one you want to solve it for? It's your wish. Which one you want to solve first? 1.05 whole power 4. Please type it. Let me take this question itself. 1.05 whole power 4. How do you raise the power to 4? Press into equal to until the counter number is 5. Press m plus. Why m plus? To store the value. Clear? Have you stored it? Now don't press into button. Don't press into button. Freshly store. Type this value 1.05. Done. Take the root of it. Take the root of it. Now this value needs to be multiplied. Correct? Press into button. Multiplied with what? The value whatever you stored. How do you recall? MRC. Press what? Equal. How much it is? 1.245. Is this clear, everybody? Please ask me if you have any difficulty in this. Should I explain once again? Right. So have you taken this note first of all? If it is, or let me give it in more general way, number power n.5. What to do? The number power n into square root of that number. So this is what you need to do. So solve this expression first. Press m plus. Then solve this. This is the first step. Second step is solve the second expression. Then press MRC. First expression first, then store it. Then second thing is what? Solve the second expression. Press the root. Of course, you have to press the root. There's a root here, right? And then what do you do? Multiply, because there's nothing means obviously multiplication. Multiply with what? MRC. Everybody clear? Pakka? 100%. Please take one more note. What if it is n.25? Everybody, the moment you have the power n.25, it is the number power n here as well. But the second term, 0.25 means 1 by 4, correct? 0.25 means 1 by 4. See, 1 by 2 is a square root. 1 by 4 is nothing but 1 by 2 into 1 by 2. That means you have to press the square root twice. So double square root of that number. So you have to type that number. Press the square root twice. Have you understood? Shall we have an example on this? So let's take 1.025 whole power 10.25. Everybody say what to do first of all. 1.025, raise the power to 10. 1.025, raise the power to 10. Have you raised? After that, what you'll do? M plus to what? Store it. Yes or no? What do you do now? 1.025. For 0.25, what do you do? Square root how many times? 2 times. Square root how many times? 2 times. Then what you'll do? Press into and then MRC, press equal after that. What's the result of it? 1.2880. Have you all got this? Everybody, say yes or no. Pakka, please ask me if you have any difficulty whatsoever. Other problem with that. 512. Take a calculator. No, ಇವಾಗ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನೀವು ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿ today's purpose is not served, right? But give it back. Are we clear so far? Pakka so far? Say yes or no? 100%. Lock kare. So I'll now consolidate whatever we have learned so far, right? I'll even mix these powers with simple and complex. Let's see how you carry out. Yes? Shall we? ನೀವೇ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ನನಗೀಗ what to do first. Yes? Okay. The question is 12.5 minus 18.25 plus 16.85 whole cube divided by 14.12 into 16.25. How do you classify this? Numerator is, denominator is. So which one do you solve first? Numerator. Then divide each term separately. How do you solve the numerator first of all? Can you keep the counter reference to raise the power? Why? Because there are three numbers at the base. By the moment you type all this, the counter number will be, I think, 3 or 4. Right? You can't keep the counter reference. See, only when the base number is a single number, then only you can keep the counter reference. Otherwise, no. Are we clear? Right. So please solve the numerator because the numerator is a complex one, denominator is a simple one. So you solve the numerator first. Right. So type 12.5 minus 18.25 plus 16.85. How do you raise the power to 3? Into equal to how many times? 2 times. We can't keep the counter reference. The reason being is it's not a single number at the base. There are multiple numbers at the base. Yes or no? Therefore, you can't keep the counter reference. Press into, look at the power, it's 3. So equal to how many times? Times. Clear? Then what you'll do? Divide the first term separately. Divide 14.12 and then divide 16.25. How much it is? 5.960. Are we clear? Are we clear? Everybody? Praveen, you got this? One more. Let's see how you react to it. 25.16 minus, or let's say plus 14.12 minus 29.65 the whole square divided by 1 second. Let this be in denominator and numerator is 29.65 the whole square. The numerator is 156.39 into 132.46. What do you solve first? Denominator. What do you do after that? Is memory required for this? Is memory required for this? No. What do you do? Solve denominator. Divide equal for doing what? Reciprocal. By doing so, what you are doing, tell me? You're avoiding division. You're converting that into multiplication. Rather than dividing, you're multiplying it. Tell me how much? 2, 3, 7. Guys, don't worry with the speed. Okay, worry about the speed. Speed will come, but thing is, emphasize on learning things properly, right? Speed will definitely come. By the moment we complete this uh, fast track for math, stats, logical reasoning, your speeds will be amazingly good, right? Don't worry about the speed. Speed will naturally come. Only thing is, you need to learn things properly. That's it, right? Are we clear so far? Pakka? Okay. Now I'll give you one kebab mein haddi equation. Let's see how you handle it. It's an equation, right? The equation is solve for x. Solve for x. You need not do any, you need not apply any formula, just solve it in the calculator by writing nothing on paper. Everything in the calculator. Question is 142.89 into 123.65 divided by 11.45 into 16.89 is equal to x into 28.13 plus 13.25 the whole square. You need to solve for x. Is everybody, look, you need to find what? X. The unknown over here is x. So where is x? On the right hand side or on the left hand side? Right hand side. So you have to keep only x on the right hand side, rest of the thing other side. Are we clear? Are we clear? What you basically need to do is look at what is multiplied with x. It's 28.13 plus 13.25 the whole square. Understand one thing, guys. Whatever is multiplied with the unknown being here is what? X. If something is getting multiplied with the unknown, if you're transferring that something to the other side, whatever is multiplied with the unknown, and if you want to transfer it, that gets divided on the other side. Whatever is added with the unknown, if you transfer it to the other side, it becomes minus. Whatever is subtracted with the unknown, if you want to transfer it to the other side, is plus. Is it clear? Divide becomes into, plus becomes minus, minus becomes plus. Are we clear? So what is done here? Is it multiplication or is it addition or is it subtraction or is it division? Along with, I'm talking about the unknown. Unknown is being what? X. What is done to unknown x? It's something is multiplying. Yes or no? That expression has to go on the other side and you should get what? Divided. Yes or no? So first of all, you see numerator in the left hand side is a simple one. Denominator also a simple one. Yes or no? Does it require a memory of your calculator? So forget about the LHS, that we'll take care of it later. First of all, we will solve the whatever within the brackets, right? Because that only has to go to the other side. Correct? Because you need to retain only x on the right hand side. So how do you basically handle this? 28.13, please do it. 28.13 plus 13.25. 28.13 plus 13.25. Now you need to square it. How do you square it? Into equal. Into equal. Yes. Now guys, this has to go on the other side and should get divided. We are not interested in dividing. We'll convert that into multiplication. How do we do it? How do we do it? Divide. Why are we doing this? Tell me. Basically, this value has to go to the denominator and gets divided. We don't want to divide. If you need to divide, you need to write down this value, and when it comes to division in the LHS, then you will have to divide that value. So unnecessarily, why do you want to waste your time? Be lazy. Lazy in writing, not in doing the calculation in the calculator. Am I clear? Yes. So what did you do? You press divided and equal. Now, after you do that, that becomes its reciprocal. So straight away multiply with the numerator of LHS. Press into 142.89 into 123.65. After this, what you'll do? Divide each term separately. Why? Because denominator is a simple one. Yes or no? Are we getting it? Are we clear so far? Everybody, nothing on paper. Nothing on paper, everything in calculator. Can we do the calculation once again? Can we? Please do it. Guys, keep it in mind, whatever is multiplied with the unknown, if you want to segregate things, whatever gets multiplied with the unknown, that goes to the other side and gets divided. Whatever is divided with the unknown, that goes to the other side and gets multiplied. Whatever is added with the unknown, that gets subtracted on the other side. Whatever is subtracted with the unknown, that gets added to the other side. So what did we do first of all? We took whatever within the bracket, that is 28.13 plus 13.25, then raise the power to 2. How do you do this? Into, then press equal. Then this value has to go to the other side and should get divided, but we don't divide, we multiply it by taking its reciprocal. How do you do it? Divide equal. Are you getting it? Are you getting it? Pakka. Right. So once the value becomes its reciprocal, you just have to multiply with the numerator of LHS. Multiply. Press into button. 142.89 into 123.65. After that, what do you do? Denominator is a simpler one. So divide each term separately. Divide 11.45, divide 16.89. Are we clear? Everybody? Say yes or no? Pakka. Guys, even if one student is not understanding, please, there's no point in continuing. Please ask me. You are struggling to do a calculation. Please come to me. I'll explain. Yes? Everybody? Clear? Pakka? Getting it? Getting it? Everybody? Yes. Guys, let's start with the chapter. 13 to 14 marks, right? So I always say to my students before I commence this chapter that if you are not able to score 13 to 14 marks from this chapter, shame, right? Because we cover everything, right? Nothing will be unsolved, right? All varieties, that shortcuts, right? That's the most important point or most important outcome of each and every chapter for that matter, not just for this chapter, any chapter you take, right? The moment you see the question is going lengthy, the solution. Moment you see the question is lengthy, there's a solution, right? Okay. What's the weightage of this chapter? 13 to 14. Minimum 13 questions, maximum 14 questions. That's been the trend actually. Now, guys, time value of money. That's what mathematics of. What is time value of money? Money has a value respect to time. So the value of the money keeps changing with respect to time. Why is it so? Suppose, let's say you want money. Immediately you want money, like it's very urgent. Okay. You want a money of 2 lakhs. Let's say I have a money, I'll give it to you. And if you return that 2 lakh rupee after 2 years, same 2 lakh to me after 2 years, is it fair? Why? Because of inflation, I will not be covered with that inflation effect. Minimum inflation rate is 5%. So every day, I mean, every year, whatever money that I gave him, let's say 2 lakh, my 2 lakh value will be reducing every year by 5%. So if he give me 2 lakh back after 2 years, I'll be under loss, right? So he has to give me little interest, not for my profit, he has to give me a interest, at least to compensate for the inflation, right? So if you take personal loan from the bank or whatever it is, minimum personal loans interest is how much? How much? Depends upon what type of banks it is, right? Nationalized banks, if you go for, it's very less, but other banks, even 18% sometimes, right? So it goes 18%. It starts from 11%, 11 to 12%, right? See, 12%. Do you think the inflation rate is 12%? Let's say some bank is giving the personal loan at 12%. Do you think the inflation rate is 12%? On what basis the inflation depends on? Is it just because onion rate shoot up to what 200 rupees? Is it only onion rate contributes for the inflation? It's every each and every goods and services that we receive. Yes or no? Overall, see, onion price may go up, but tomato price may come down. Yes or no? There's a balance always. But on an average, if you see, for the goods and services that we receive every year, around 5% inflation rate will be. Yes or no? Okay. So you know the concept that the keeping money with us for a longer duration is not good. Why? Because there is an effect called as inflation. There's the effect called as inflation. Keeping money with us for a longer duration is not good because the value of money keeps reducing of inflation. So people thought we will have a concept called as investment. The one who has money can give the money or lend the money to the one who wants the money, with a condition that he has to repay it with interest. And does this interest only cover inflation effect? No, will have some real return also. What is that real return? It's a profit component. See, any money that you invest, the rate of interest that is guaranteed for your money is called as nominal rate. What is nominal rate? It is the rate of interest guaranteed for your investment. Rate of interest guaranteed for the investment. And this nominal rate will not decide how much is the profit for you, and it will not decide how much is the inflation effect in the market. So this nominal rate has got basically two parts. One is inflation compensation part, inflation compensation rate. The other one is real rate of return. Say, for example, you invested money in a bank. The bank gives you, let's say, 10% per annum, 10% per annum. So let's say the inflation rate is 6% per annum, for example. So how much is the real rate of return? 10% is a guaranteed interest on your money that you have invested. So this nominal rate has got two parts in it. First part is inflation compensation. The other part is real rate of return. So if the inflation rate in the market is 6% per annum, so how much will be this real rate of? It is 4%. So even though you get 10% per annum as an interest for your money, actually the profit is only 4%, because 6% will cover for the inflation. Only 4% is the profit part for you. Have you understood? Is it clear? Right. So you understood the meaning of what is time value of money and why the concept called investment is required, right? The one who has money can lend the money to someone who wants the money, right? So he can't just give the money just like that. He has to give whatever principal he has borrowed. Along with that, an interest has to be added to it, right? So that is what is the investment all about. See, the first of the investment scheme people came up with is the simple interest. First of the investment scheme was simple interest. And in simple interest, what happened? People felt that the interest part, whatever they used to receive in simple interest, less. They want, people are greedy, right? We are greedy, more, want more, right? Dil mange more, right? So they came up with a new idea called as compound interest, wherein the returns used to be case of compound interest compared to simple. What's the reason? What's the reason why you get more in compound interest than in simple? Oh, exactly. Is it every year? Depends upon what type of compounding it is. The compounding can happen. What is compounding basically? Change of principle. The change of principle is only called as compounding. If the principle changes once in a year, it is called as annual compounding. The principle changes twice in a year, it is called as half yearly or semi-annual compounding. If the principle 4 times in a year, it is quarterly. If the principle changes 12 times in a year, it is called as monthly compounding. So since the principle keeps changing at every compound, you get more returns in compound interest. Whereas in case of simple interest, principal doesn't change. No matter how many ever years you are investing your money for, so your principal is not going to. If first year interest is 100 rupees, second year interest also will be 100 only. In case of compound interest, it is not. So if the first year interest is 100 rupees, second year interest is going to be more than 100, because the principal is no longer the first year principal, right? Because each year's interest keeps adding with the principal, right? So let's start with the simple interest. What is SI formula? It's very simple. PTR by 100. In your schools also you have learned this, right? What is P? P for principal. T is time, and especially time should be in terms of what? Years. Even if it is given in terms of months, you have to make sure that you convert that into years. For example, say time is given to be 4 years and let's say 10 months. But make sure that time should be expressed in terms of years only. Why is it so? Why time should be expressed in terms of year only? Anybody? Why time should be in terms of years only? Hmm? Why? What is this R? Basically, rate of interest. Look at this. It is per annum. Per annum means for 1 year. So rate of interest is in terms of year only. Even time also of year. If the rate of interest is in terms of per month, if you can convert the rate of interest per month, you can let the time in terms of months only. Please make sure always the time and the rate of interest should be in the same terms. If the rate of interest is in terms of per annum, that means per year, obviously time also should be converted entirely in terms of years only. So how do you basically carry out that? Convert the months. You need not write anything on the paper. So how many months are there? 10. 10 by 12 gives you the equivalent number of years of 10 months, right? And just add 4 to it. By doing this in the calculator, you get the time straight away. Get the time straight away in the calculator. As you know, in simple interest, PTR percentage, it's a multiplication, right? Does the order matter in multiplication? 2 into 3 is same as 3 into 2, right? So obviously, it's not that you type principal first, especially when the time is given in terms of years as well as months. You type the time first. In time, what is the first thing that you should be typing? The months divided by 12, and then add what? The years, and then multiply with the principal, then multiply with the rate, press a percentage. Guys, if you are using the calculator, in calculator, SI should be done this way: PTR percentage. Don't press divide, don't type 100. Be lazy, right? Because pressing a percentage will take lesser time than pressing divided by and typing 100. Yes or no? Clear? So after P into T into R, press a percentage. That will fetch you the answer of. Have you understood? Now, having seen SI, now what is the amount? What is the amount? Whatever invested amount, money that you have done, and then whatever the interest that you got for your money, that is called as. So interest that you got for your money, let's say you invested for 5 years. So what is the interest plus the principal? That will give you the. See, let's say you invested your money for 5 years. Okay. After 5 years, you get the maturity value, right, of that investment. What is that maturity value? That is what is called as amount. It is the principal that you invested. On that, the interest is added, and that's what you get as the amount or the in general. Have you understood? Guys, in simple interest, that's all. PTR percentage, A is equal to P plus SI. But the problem is the varieties of the question that could be asked on simple interest is lot of varieties, right? If you, I mean, for each and every variety, by using this SI formula and amount formula, you can still do it. But exam will get over. You'll be doing only, exam will get over, right? So that is what the problem in SI problems. SI is the simplest. Of course, it is very simple. Even if you do the calculation also, it's very easy. It appears to be very easy. But if you do so much in the exam, you'll be wasting a lot of time there. So I will be giving you, see, basically what I've done is I've categorized the questions to various types. For each types, I'm going to give you the shortcuts, right? So for one of the question, I'll give you the conventional way, and right after that, I'll give the shortcut. Which way you would prefer? Straight away shortcut or conventional way also? Both. Don't curse me later. Both, huh? For one problem, I'll show you the conventional way and then shortcuts. Is it fine? Right. Problems on SI. So I have categorized the questions into various types. See, type basically, if you don't use the shortcuts, of course, using SI and amount formula, you can do it, but that takes more time. Anyway, I'm going to explain that also. So type 1 is a laddu kind of questions only. I mean, it's not that they will not ask such questions. They have asked once or twice in the previous papers based on type 1. So what is type 1? P, T, R. P, T, R. All these three things will be given to you. When P, T, R are given, what they'll ask? Either SI or maybe amount also. So it's a laddu concept. So what is that SI? PTR percentage. and you have to make sure whether the time is in terms of years or months as well. If that is the case, would you type the principal first? What would you type first? Time. In the time, what is the first thing that you should be typing? Months. Then what you will do? Divide 12 plus years. You will get the time in terms of years alone now. Now what do you do? Into principal, into of, that's all. Nothing on the papers, everything in the calculator. Everybody, what is basically type 1? Given what? PTR. What is asked? Amount or even SI. Amount or SI. Look at the question. Here SI is asked, even the amount is also asked. Everybody, look at the data. Principal is given, rate is given, time is given. Look at the time. Months is given, right? So would you type the principal or the time? Time. In time, what would you type first? 7 divided by 12. This is not to be on paper in the calculator. For your reference, I'm writing it. Then what you will do after 7 by 12? Plus 4. Then what you will do? Into, how much is the principal? 50,000 into, how much is the rate of interest? 12.5. Press what? Percentage. How much it is? 28,645. So none of this is the answer. Actually, the question should be only SI. Because if it is SI and amount both, then there should have been two options, right? Two answers each option. So definitely none of this is the answer. So 28,645 is what you got, right? Everybody, same answer. So none of this is the. Look at the next question. What is the given data? PTR only. PTR only. What is asked? SI. Look at the time. Months is there. So straight away, please feed the values in the calculator and tell me what is the first thing that you should be doing? 2 by 12 plus 9 and then into 13,500 into 5.5 percentage. How much it is? 0.25. Option A is the right answer. Clear, everybody? That's type 1. Easy, laddu. Nothing needs to be written on the paper, right? One more question for you. But kebab mein haddi. Let's see. What sum of money? Sum of money always means principal, invested amount. Sum of money always means what? Principal. Please make a note. Sum of money always means principal. What sum of money means? Sum of money, they have not given what is the sum they're asking. That means what they're asking us to find? Principal. Now, will produce 42,800 as an interest. What is 42,800 here? It is interest. It is not as an amount. It is interest. So this is SI. Clear? Now, time is given 3 years, 3 months. Rate of interest is given 2.5%. So once again, it is SI formula only, PTR percentage only. The same formula you need to use, but the unknown here being is what? Principal. Now guys, wait. Nothing on the paper. Formula for your reference. Unknown is what? P. So keep this P over here on the right hand side. Everything else, you solve it first. What is it? T into R percentage you solve. What is T? Everybody, what is T? 3 by 12 plus 3 into 2.5%. Now everybody, after TR percentage, what you have to do? Why divide equal? You're sending it to the other side because the unknown here is not SI, it is the principal. So what do you do to take it to the other side and multiply rather than dividing it? You have to press divide equal for taking its reciprocal. Yes or no? After taking its reciprocal, would you multiply or divide? Multiply. Multiply with what? 42,800. So how much is the principal? 760. And that's the answer. Option. It's one of your ICAI module question, exercise questions, right? I think you would have seen this question, or 4A, exercise 4A, right? Is it clear, everybody? Everyone, the same SI formula only. SI is equal to PR percent. Nothing great. Clear? Are you getting the question? Yes? Type 2. Shall we see it? Type 1 clear? Pakka? 100%? Pakka? Yes or no? Okay. Let's see type 2. See, type 2, please understand under each type, what is the given data? That's very important. Is because of this given data only, you will be able to identify which type, apply the corresponding. So of course, type 1, there's no shortcut. Everything in the calculator, obviously, there's no shortcut for that. Straight away, you can do it in the calculator, nothing on the paper. How many seconds you took to solve such question? Hardly 10, 15 seconds, right? Okay. Now, type 2 questions, we will see. What is type 2 basically? The type 1 gives you PTR, correct? PTR, you'll be asked to find amount or SI. Type 2 is, it is not PTR, rather it is ATR, amount, time and rate. What is the unknown? Tell me. Principal. That is what you should be finding. Are you getting it? You'll be given what? Amount, time and the rate, and you'll be asked to find what? Principal. First type, PTR were given. You'll be asked to find either SI or amount. That is type 1. Type 2 is what? ATR are given and you are asked to find what? Principal. Everybody, look at the question. Find the sum of money. Sum of money means what? Principal. That's what you need to find. P only you need to find. Which amounts to 70,000. What is the 70,000? Amount. They only said amounts to 70,000, right? In how many years? 5 years. So what is 5 years here? T. And 8% is the rate of it. Everybody, clear? Have you understood the question? Amount, time and rate are given. What are we asked to find? Principal. Everybody, what connects amount and the principal? A is equal to P plus SI. Correct? A is equal to P plus SI. What is amount given? 70,000. Let me substitute P as it is. What is SI? PTR percentage. Clear? Now, what do we know out of PTR? We don't know P. We know T and R percentage. What is T into R percentage? 5 into 8%. How much? Everybody, please type 5 into 8, press a percentage. How much did you get? 0.4. Now tell me guys, what is P plus 0.4P? P plus 0.4P is what? 1.4. Please understand guys, there is no coefficient means 1. Here the coefficient is 0.4. You are adding P terms, right? Coefficients will get added. There's no coefficient for this P means it's 1. So when P terms are added means the coefficients will get added. What's the coefficient here? 1. What's the coefficient here? 0. So 1 plus 0.4 is 1.4. So 70,000 is equal to 1.4 times P. Now tell me what is P? 70,000 divided by 1.4. So how much it is? 50,000. Option B is the right answer. Tell me guys, how much time you will take if you do it this way? 4 to 5 minutes. No, I don't think so. 1 minute? 30 seconds? 30, 40 seconds? Do you have any problem if you can solve it in 5 seconds? 10 seconds? No, not this way. If you solve it this way, definitely it will take more than 30 seconds easily, or 1 minute. Choice also, if the right answer is last option, again it takes time. It's as good as doing this way, right? So what to do? I'll give you a technique where you can solve. If you're fast enough in the calculation, I mean handling the calculator, 5 seconds is the maximum time. Shall we? Are we ready? Okay. What is this type? Tell me. Type 2. What is type 2? I want you to remember what is type 2. A, T, R are given. What is to find? Principal. It's a one-liner that I'm going to give you the shortcut for type 2. What is it? P you need to find. What is P? A upon 1 plus R. That's all. Everybody look here. Look here. Which one is the complicated? Denominator. Solve it first. Take it up. Multiply with what? Numerator. That's all. Khel khatam, dukan band. First of all, in the denominator, what would you solve? TR percent. Multiplication gets the priority. Everybody, T into R. 5 into 8 percentage. Add with what? 1. After adding with 1, what do you do? What would you do? Divide equal. Why? To take its reciprocal and multiply with A into what? 70,000. What is the answer? 49,999.99 means what? 50,000 only. Clear? Pakka. Everybody. Take 10 seconds also not a problem. If your speeds improve, definitely 5 seconds, not more than that. Hardly what you do here, T into R percentage plus 1. Take it up by pressing divide equal and multiply with what? Amount. That's it. Understood? Guys, it's not just doing the calculation faster. It is understanding which type it is and understanding which shortcut to use. You should be only practicing the shortcuts. Nothing great in mathematics. Right? Only shortcuts you practice, can easily do it in the exam. Right? Clear? Pakka. 100%. Clear? Shall we move on? Solve this question. First of all, is this a type 2 question? What tells you it is type 2 question? Certain sum of money. How much is the sum of money? Have they said? Certain. That's it, they have said. That means principal is not known. It amounts to 650. What is 650? A. Time is given. Rate is given. Yes or no? So which type? Type 2. What is asked? Find the sum. Sum means what? Shortcut. A upon 1 plus TR percent. Everybody, please do the calculation. How many seconds you took? 5 seconds. That's it. Telva. Ante kada. Avlada. Option B is the right answer. Clear? Next question for you. Is it type 2 for, again? How do you say type 2? Sum of money is asked, amount is given, time given, rate given. So again, A by 1 plus TR percentage. Guys, are you struggling to do calculation in the calculator? No, right? Pakka. 100%. 12,000 is the answer. Everybody clear? Yes. Next question. It is 2018 November question. Guys, don't just blindly do the calculation. Understand the question first of all. That's very important. Is it type 2? Is it type 2? What tells you it's type 2? What is given? Amounts to. That means amount is given, time is given, rate given. ATR given means type 2. How much is the principal? 200? Option B. Yes, Jaya. I was with. Yes. How do you know, Jaya? Okay. Type 3. No, na? Type 2 clear. Up to type 1, type 2, both types clear. Pakka. 100%. What is type 1? Tell me. PTR given. What is to find? SI or amount. See, if they ask amount, what you will do to SI? Whatever SI you get, add principal to it. Right? You'll get SI by doing PTR percentage. Add principal to it. You get the amount. Yes or no? What is type 2? Tell me. ATR given. P is asked. Yes or no? So these things should be in your fingertips. Someone wakes you up even if you are sleeping. Right? If they ask, be able to say. Right? Type 3. What's type 3? APT. Look at this. See, in type 1, P was given, A was not given. In type 2, A was given, P was not given. In type 3, A, P both are given. Principal and amount both are given. Along with that, if T is also given, they'll ask you to find SI. If T is given, they'll ask you to find. In place of AP, they may even give you SI, or in place of T, they may even give you R. See, if they give you T, they'll ask you to find R. If they give you R, they'll ask you to find T. Have you understood? See, the moment you see principal and amount both in the questions, it is type 3. The moment you see principal and amount both in the question, it is type 3. In place of principal and amount, they may even give SI. See, basically, what is SI? In terms of amount and principal, see, amount is basically what? P plus SI, correct? So what is SI? A minus. So instead of A and P, they may even give you SI also. SI they can give you, and they can give you T. They'll ask you to find out what? They'll ask you to find out R. In the second subtype, AP, along with AP, they'll give you R. They'll ask you to find what? T. Both are one and the same, but only modification is what? If they give you T, they'll ask you to find R. If they give you R, they'll ask you to find T. But the similarity in both subtypes is what? Both principal and amount are given in the question. Principal and amount both are mentioned in the question. If that is the case, it is type 3. Yeah. In wordings, if you want to write down, please take down type 3. Both P and A, principal and amounts will be given. Principal and amount are given. If you find these two, it is definitely type 3. Along with these two, if they give you time, they'll ask you to find R. If they give you R, they'll ask you to find T. Right? That's the modification. Have you noted that note point? Everybody? That's very important, guys. Given that data only, you can apply that particular method, right? So look at the question. Example 1. Rupees 6,000 amounts to 9,000. What is 6,000 and what is 9,000? 6,000 is the principal, 9,000 is the amount. What is this 6 years? 6 years is time. At a certain SI rate. Certain SI rate means, have they given the rate of interest? No. That means they're asking us to find R. Time is given, T is given, A is given. What they're asking us to find? R. Clearly, amount and the principal both are given. Tell me what connects amount and principal as per A is equal to P plus SI formula. Correct? Substitute for A. What is A? 9,000. What is P? 6,000. What is SI? 3,000. If I write SI, would I get the value for R? No, right? So I have to write the formula in terms of what? PTR only. So P is 6,000. T is how much? 6 years. Rate of interest. I'll write R by 100 because I don't know the rate of interest. If I know the rate of interest, I would have written PTR percentage straight away. Since I don't know the rate of interest, I'll have to write R by 100. Now look at this. The 6,000 will come here. 9,000 minus 6,000 is how much? 3,000. And what is there on the right hand side? 6,000 into 6 is how much? 36,000 into R divided by 100. Now only R should stay here, everything else on the other side. You know, whatever gets divided with R, that gets multiplied on the other side. Whatever is multiplied with R, that gets divided on the other side. Yes or no? Tell me. 3,000 into what? 100. Divided by what? 36,000. What is R? 8.33%. Option takes time. How much time? More than a minute? 5 seconds? What if I give you a method wherein you can solve within 5 seconds? Your problem is solved. It's not that it is difficult, guys. It is easy only. You know, A is equal to P plus SI. That formula you know, but how much you have to write? So now I'll give you a one-liner wherein you can solve within 5 seconds. So why the concept of giving the questions in terms of types is that you understand the type, the corresponding shortcut you apply, you can solve the question. Not like this. Shortcut is yet to come, right? Will I give now? Have you understood this conventional way? Everybody? Pakka? 100%. Everybody. What is given? A given, P given, T given, R is asked. Guys, it's simply A minus P divided by. So this is a common thing. This is a common thing. Whether T given or R given. This thing will be definitely there in the formula. See, what is given along with A and P? T is given. That T will come in the denominator with a percentage. Suppose, guys, if they give you R, what they'll ask you to find? Time. So only this R and T will get the positions of R and T will get interchanged. Suppose if T is asked, what is the formula? A minus P divided by what? PR. That's it. Have you understood? Everybody, say yes or no. Now tell me, guys. You look at the numerator. Simple or complex? Complex. Complex. Alright, if you can do it in the mind, it's simple. Of course, 9,000 minus 6,000, you can easily do it in the mind. Yes or no? So how to do basically this is type 9,000. 9,000 minus 6,000 is how much? 3,000. Straight away you can type 3,000 divided by P. Divided by what? What is P? 6,000. Then multiply or divider? Divider. T is how much? 6. Press a percentage right after that. How much? Same answer? Same answer? Yes or no? Yes or no? Everybody? Pakka? Clear? 100%? Yes. Look at the next question. Principal amount given. Have they given the principal and amount? What tells you it is principal and amount both are given? In what time rupees 12,000 amounts to 20,000? 12,000 is what here? Principal. 20,000 is what here? Amount. Right? Amount and principal both given. So type 3 shortcut. What is it? A minus P divided by P. This is a common thing. Along A and P, what else is given? R. So multiply R percentage denominator. That's all. Is everybody A minus P. Straight away you can do how much? 8,000 divided by 12,000 divided by 10. Press what? Percentage. Answer 6.676666 recurring. So obviously 6.6 just answer. Everybody understood. Pakka. 100%. Solve one more. Please. What is asked? R. So common thing is what, guys? A minus P by P. Right? Along with this, what else is given? Time. So T percentage you have to do. How much is the answer? 3.33. See, guys, if they're asking R, it affects a percentage to it. If they're asking time, affects years to it. That's it. So obviously, it is R is 3.3. Have you understood? Pakka? 100%. Everybody? So with this, we are done with type 3. Tell me type 1. What is type 1? PTR given. Either SI or amount is asked. Type 2. ATR given. What is asked? P. What is the shortcut for finding out P? A by 1 plus TR percentage. A by 1 plus TR percentage. To find what? Principal when amount, time and rate are given. Type 3. Principal and amount both given. It's type 3. Along with principal amount, if they give you time, they'll ask you to find R. So common thing is what? A minus P by P is the common thing. Along with that, if they give R percentage in the denominator extra term. If along A and P, if they give T, so T percent will come in the denominator. Common thing is what? A minus P by Akka 100%. Type 4. Ovana. Ready? Everybody. Helrappa. What is type 4? Have a look. A1, A2. Basically, A for not apple, A for amount. A1, A2 means what? There are two amounts over here, right? Especially in terms of principal. How many amounts? Two amounts in terms of what? Principal. So, how to basically identify amount in terms of principal? That's very important. See, whenever they say certain sum of money doubles or certain sum of money triples or certain sum of money becomes 4 times and so on, right? This is what is amount in of principal. What do I mean by this? Certain sum of money doubles means if you invest 10,000 it will become what? 20,000. What is 10,000? Principal. What is 20,000? Certain sum of money doubles means if you invest 20,000 it will become 40,000. What is 20,000? Principal. 40,000 is. So can I write in general A is equal to 2p for double? How much ever is the principal, amount will be 2 times of that. That's what the meaning of doubling. Have you understood? How about the second case? Certain sum of money triples means A is equal to 3p. Don't you see amount in terms of principal? Look at the third case. A is equal to what? 4p. Amount in terms of principal. So how do you identify amount in terms of principal? The moment you see the wording certain sum of money doubles, triples, 4 times, 5 times. So such wordings if you see that definitely it is amount in terms of principal. How many such amount should be there in the question? A1 and A2 means 2 such amounts should be there in the question. Along with that, what is T1? T1 is the time taken for A1, that means first amount. What they'll ask you to find is time taken for the second. Are we clear? Everybody? Yes. Have you understood what is amount in terms of principal? How do you identify it? Double, triple, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, and so on is called as amount in terms of clear? Okay. Now look at the question. Everybody. How many amounts are there in terms of principal? Read and tell me. And what are they as per the question? Do you find two amounts in terms of principal? If yes, what are those two amounts in the question? A is equal to 2p, 3p or 2p? 3p. How come? Triple it is. One more amount is 7 times. So don't you see two amounts in terms of principal here? Yes. So that means there are two cases over here. The first amount is 3 times the principal. The second amount is 7 times the. And please understand guys, this is a comparative problem. If it is a comparative problem, principal, there should be some similarity in both the cases. What are the similar things here? Principal is same and the rate of interest is then only the comparison. See, you can't compare a CA Inter student with CA Foundation student, can you? Because the subjects that they study in CA Inter are different than CA Foundation. Yes, you can't compare 10th standard student with the 8th standard student. Yes or no? There should be some similarities. So here the similarities, that means the same thing should be for both the cases is what? One is principal, the other one is rate of interest. So why I have not written P1, P2 for both the cases. First case also P, second case also P only. Right. Now guys, what is the connection between amount and the principal as per SI? What's that formula that connects amount and what is it for? A is equal to P plus. Why am I asking what is the connection between principal and amount? Look at this. A is equal to 3P. These two are getting connected. Which two? Amount and principal only. A means amount, P means principal. Definitely I'll have to use what? Amount formula only. What is amount? P plus SI. What is amount? For the first case, 3P is equal to what? P. SI formula, P, T. Do we know R here? R we don't know. So when you don't know the value of R, you can write PTR by 100. You know R, PTR percentage. Right. Now, if I take this P on the other side, minus P, it will become yes or no. 3P minus P is how much? 2P. And what do we have on the right hand side? P. Time, see, this is the first case, right? For the first case, how much is the time taken? First case is triple. For triple, how many years it is taking? 12 years. So in place of T, how much do I substitute? Or let me write this as T1, right? And what is R? We have to find it out. Divided by 100. Both the sides, what will get cancelled? P will get cancelled on both the sides. Yes or no? Now, what is the unknown over here? R. Only R should remain here. Everything else on the other side. Tell me what will happen. 200 divided by 12 is what is R. Yes or no? Now, this is what is the rate of interest for the second case also. This is what is the rate of interest for the second case as well. That means A is equal to P plus SI. Tell me what is A for the second case? 7P. P plus SI is PTR by 100. Principal and rate of interest are the same. I am not going to disturb them, but time is different. So T2, because that is what is asked. What is the time taken for the second amount? Everybody, this P comes here, becomes 6P, P into T2. What is R? 200 by divided by 100 is there. This 100, I am writing that 100 as it is. Everybody clear? Now what next? P and P will get cancelled on both the sides. Now you know what gets multiplied and what gets divided. See, what is the unknown here? T2, correct? What gets multiplied on the other side? 100, 6 into 100. Is it only 100 gets multiplied? Even 12 also gets multiplied. Into 12 you do. 6 into 100 into 12. Then what gets divided? 200. T2. How much? 30. You'll get tired. Exam will get over. Many minutes? 5 minutes? Take 5 minutes. 2 minutes? But even if you spend 2 minutes, can you solve all 100 questions in that 110 minutes roughly? Just 5 minutes for filling OMR sheet, 5 minutes for having a glance at the page, which is very, very important. Right? If you spend 2 minutes for one question, can you solve all 100 questions? Definitely no. Now we'll solve in 5 seconds. Yeah? We'll solve in only 5, not even 5 seconds in fact. Right? Tell me guys, how many amounts are there? 2 amounts. What are the 2 amounts? Particularly amount should be in terms of what? Principal. What are the 2 amounts? 3P and 7P. 2 amounts are there in terms of principal. Agree? So what do you want? T1 or T2? What is T1? This is A1 and this is, you're not going to write in terms of P, just write magnitude. What is multiplied with P? So A1 is 3, A2 is 7. Everybody, what do you want? T2, right? All that you guys have to do is A2 minus 1 by A1 minus 1 into T1. That's it. What is A2? 7. 7 minus 1 is how much? So would you use calculator to do 7 minus 1? Straight away 6 in the calculator. Divide. 3 minus 1 is how much? 2. 6 by 2. Into what is T1? Well, answer is. That's it. Clear? Everybody? First of all, you need to understand it is type 4. 2 amounts in terms of principal and 1 time duration, that is T1 will be given. What they'll ask you to find is, what is it? A2 minus 1 by A1 minus 1 to T1. Why it is minus 1 minus 1? Can you just tell me? In conventional method, you remember 3P on the left hand side, P on the right hand side. That P comes this side becomes 3P becomes 2P. Second case also 7P and P. P comes this side, 7P becomes 6P. Always one gets subtracted from the amount. Understood? It's a concept actually. Can we have one more? Have you understood? Copied the shortcut? Everybody? Tell me, is this a type 4 question? Is this a type 4 question? How do you justify? Standard type 4, so it's type 4. Is it so? How do you justify it's type 4? There are 2 amounts. What are the 2 amounts? 5 times, 13 times. So A1 is 5, A2 is 13. What is T1? 25. Quickly, what is T2? Laddu, option. Second amount minus 1 divided by first amount minus 1 into T. That's all it to be clear. Everybody, say yes or no. Pakka, 100%. Please do the next one. Option. Everybody comfortable with the speed? Want me to slow down? Are you getting it? Pakka, 100%. So the next one. Option B is clear. 100%. Type 5. Guys, if you learn this type, it's like buy one, get one. You can use the same concept, whatever I teach you for type 5, even for sequence and series chapter. One shortcut can be used for one more chapter as well, right? And it's not that they haven't asked questions, they have asked questions on that. Especially for chapters number 6, that shortcut helps you a lot because from past 3 papers, they have kept on asking the same variety of a question. And in simple interest also, they have asked questions on those, right? So what is type 5? Please look at this. A1, A2, here also 2 amounts. Type 4 also 2 amounts, but there it is in terms of. How do you identify amount in terms of principal? How do you identify amount in terms of principal? Double, triple, 3 times or 4 times, 5 times and all. How many such amounts should be there? 2 amounts. That is type 4. What is this? Type 5. 2 amounts in terms of. They'll not give you in terms of principal, rather they'll give you in terms of rupee. This amount, certain sum of money becomes 15,000 in 5 years, 20,000 in 11 years, right? That means it is given in terms of rupees only. Along with that, both T1 and T2 will be also given. What is T1? Time taken for the first amount. What is T2? Time taken for the second. Clear? Have you got the difference between type 4 and type 4? 2 amounts in terms of principal and T1 will be given, T2 will be asked. Here, 2 amounts given, but not in terms of principal, rather in terms of what? Rupees. And T1, T2 also will be given. So what is the missing thing? Principal and sometimes even rate of interest. Yes, if they ask you to find the rate of interest, it's very simple. It is SI for 1 year divided by principal. SI for 1 year divided by principal into 100. If you want, you can see here, SI for 1 year, if I cross multiply, SI for 1 year is equal to R into P divided by 100. Can I write so? Can I write so? Array, cross multiplication, that's it. I've done nothing great over here. SI for 1 year is what? R into P divided by 100. What is it? What is the SI for T number of years? If for 1 year it is RP by 100, for T years it is PTR by 100. If it is for 1 year, obviously T becomes 1. Therefore, we have R by P, R into P divided by 100. If it is for T number of years in general, it is PTR by 100 or R into P into T by. Have you understood? So it is same SI formula only, but the time has become 1. Clear? So why it has become SI for 1? Have you understood? So it's not something new that you are learning here. Or if they ask you to find under type 5 question, it is SI for 1 year divided by principal in. That's what you have to do. But it's very rarely they have asked even this rate of interest. Only principal they'll ask. Rate of interest, so rarely they'll ask, but still you should know how to solve it. Okay. Now tell me what tells you it is type 5 question. Read the question and tell me. It's one of the examination question, November 2019 question attempt. Look and tell me, is it type 5 and what tells you it is type 5? Certain sum of money means what? Principal. Have they given principal? No. Amounts to 692. What is 692? Amount. Amount. In how many years? 2 years. Is it just one amount and one time? And also 800. What is 800? one more amount. So I'll take this as A2, this one as A1, this one as T1. What is T2? 5 years. Are you getting this? Everybody, say yes or no? Pakka, 100%. Okay. Now what is that they're asking? Find the sum and SI rate per annum. Right. Now guys, have a look. Two amounts are there. Two amounts are there. That means two cases. What's the first amount? 692. What's the second amount? 800. What is that they're asking? Principal. What connects amount and the principal? P plus SI. So can I not equate this to P plus SI? P plus SI. Everybody. 692 is equal to P plus. This SI is for how many years? I'll write SI for. Yes. Second amount. 800 is equal to P plus. SI for how many years? 5 years. So I have two equations. Equation 1 and equation 2. With the two unknowns. What are the two unknowns here? Principal and SI. Principal and SI are the two unknowns. Guys, you're used to two equations with two unknowns. Elimination method that you used, yes or no? How do you eliminate? How do you do the elimination method? Cancel one of the unknown to find the other one, and then substitute that value in the equation. You'll get the other unknown also. Tell me, out of two unknowns, P and SI, which one is easy to eliminate? P. You have two equations. By doing what you can eliminate P? Subtraction. Then only signs can be changed. One P and the other one minus P. So P and P will get cancelled. So is it 1 minus 2 you want to do or 2 minus 1? Why 2 minus 1? Second amount is more than the first amount. So I would do equation 2 minus equation 1. Now tell me what happens. 800 minus. What is 800 minus 692? 1, 0. Now this P minus P becomes 0. SI for 5 years minus SI for 2 years. SI for 3 years. Is this clear so far? SI for 3 years is 108. What is SI for 1 year? Divided by 3. For 1 year, it is, for 3 years, it is 108. For 1 year, 108 by 3, how much it is? 36. Now you got SI for 1 year, which is 36. Substitute this SI for 1 year in any of the two equations. Which equation you want? First? Okay. I'll substitute SI for 1 year in the first equation. What do I get? 692 is equal to P plus SI for 1 year is 36. How many years it is there? 2 years. 36 into 2, 72. Is this clear? Now this 72 comes this side. 692 minus 72 is 620 is equal to P. This is what is principal. Picture abhi baki hai. Oh, it's find the SI and SI rate also. Need to find the principal and even SI rate also. Picture abhi baki hai. What to do? SI rate per annum you have to find. What's the formula for that? R is equal to SI for 1 year divided by the principal into 100. How much it is? It is 36 rupees is SI for 1 year. Divided by principal is how much? 620 into 100. How much it is? 5.80%. Then we'll get over. So far, whatever conventional method we followed, this is the lengthiest of all. Agree? Because you have two simultaneous equations. Had to solve the two simultaneous equations. Lot of steps involved, and then plug in the value of SI for 1 year in any of the two equations. Find the value of P. Then you find the value of R if it is asked. SI for 1 year divided by 2. Easily 3 minutes or 2 minutes. Easily. Huh? Okay. What to do? Leave the question. No. Take. And this shortcut, if you learn, you can use the same shortcut for the chapter number 6. The sequence and series, especially AP. Right? So buy one, get one. There are many shortcuts wherein buy one, get one is there. Offer. Right? So don't copy the conventional methods and all. It will be circulated in the notes. Right? Only shortcuts you can write down. Yeah. This you learn it as a rhyme. Okay. So what do you want? Principal, right? What are the given data? A1, A2, T1, T2. This is A1. This is T1. This is A2, and this is, yes or no? So learn it as a rhyme. A2 minus A1 by T2 minus T1. A2 minus A1 by T2 minus T1 into. Wait. It depends upon you. It's your wish, guys. Whatever you want to multiply. Is it T1 or is it T2? You can pick. You can choose that. Let me multiply T1. But if I multiply T1, I need to subtract A1. In place of T1, if I write T2, I have to subtract 8. That's the only thing that you have to remember. Clear? It's not that you use into T1 minus A1. You can do into T2 minus A2. You get the same answer. And most importantly, you have to take the mod of it. Take what? Modulus of it. Definitely you'll get a negative answer. You have to change the sign. Definitely you get the negative answer. You have to change it as positive. And. Please mark this as this is what is SI for 1 year. This part A2 minus A1 by T2 minus T1, whatever you do, that is what is SI for 1 year. Now, why am I marking this? See, sometimes in questions they may ask you to find rate of interest, right? What is rate of interest? SI for 1 year divided by P into 100. Guys, doing this in one step in the calculator, you get the value of P straight away. But you must even have the value of SI for 1 year, right? So why I'm saying whatever I have encircled there, that is SI for 1 year, especially when they ask you to find rate of interest, you store that value. Which value? A2 minus A1 by T2 minus T1. That value you store it. If you store it, you can recall it for the value of R. So what you have to do? This you have to store by pressing M plus. Then to find R, it is MRC. The moment you press MRC, the SI for 1 year will appear in the calculator. Divided by P into, to do this, you get R. Can we do the calculation now? Everybody, tell me, guys. What is A2 minus A1 divided by T2 minus T1? First of all, A2 minus A1. Please do it. 800 minus 692. 108. Divided by. Press it divide by. Guys, you can't do T2 minus T1 in the calculator. You have to do in the mind. T2 is how much? 5. 5 minus 2 is how much? Have you typed? 108 divided by 3. Press what? M plus. Guys, if they ask only rate of interest, then you have to store it. If they ask principal, continue. No need to store the value. You're understanding, right? You have to store the value only if the rate of interest is asked. If they ask you to find the principal, no need to store. Because by completing this calculation, you get what? Principal straight away. Then what you do, guys? Into, press into button. T1. What is T1? 2. Minus A1. 692. How much? 620. Negative you're getting? Take it as positive. So 620. Clear? And then what to do? Have you stored this value? You didn't? Do it once again. Do it once again. Come again. A2 minus A1. 800 minus 692. Please do it. 800 minus 692. Divided by what? 5 minus 2 is how much? 3. Store it by pressing what? M plus. Store it by pressing M plus. Why are we storing it? To find the value of R. To recall the value. Right? Into. Press into button. T1 is how much? 2. Minus A1 is how much? 692. How much is the result? Negative you are getting, but I said you have to change the sign. So how much it is? 620. Positive 620. Now you need to find even R. What do you do? MRC. Why MRC? Because SI for 1 year divided by principal into 100. SI for 1 year, where it is? In the memory. Have you noted that as SI for 1 year? Right? MRC you press. Press divided by type principal. Principal already you have written 620 into 100. How much? 5.806. Guys, you need not write anything on the paper if they ask you to find the principal. You just have to write principal value on paper. They ask you to find what? Rate of interest. Only one value you'll have to write, especially when they ask you to find the rate of interest. If they ask you to find the principal, nothing needs to be written on the paper. 620? A2 minus A1. What is A2 minus A1? Divided by T2 minus T1. You can't do T2 minus T1 in the calculator. T2 minus T1 in the mind. 5 minus 2 is how much? 3. Straight away 3. So M plus. Into what? T1. T1 is how much? 2. Please do it. Minus A1 is how much? 692. How much you got? So you have to take it as plus 620. Understood? Now press MRC. MRC divided by 620. How much it is? 5 point. Have you understood? Guys, I told you one more thing. What is it? A2 minus A1 by T2 minus T1. Even if you had multiplied T2 and subtracted A2, you would still end up getting the same answer. If you want, you can just check. But don't mix up. Don't mix up. Everybody, A2 minus A1. 800 minus 692 divided by 3 M plus into T2. What is T2? 5 minus A2, 800. Modulus you have to take. How much it is? 620. To find R, what you will do? MRC divided by P into 100. How much? Same? 5 point. Understood? Pakka. Everybody. So what does this type tell me? Two amounts in terms of. Two amounts in terms of. This type 5. You learn this, you can easily do questions in sequence and series, especially arithmetic progression. Commonly asked question. Most recent 3-4 papers, they have regularly asked that type of a question. And same shortcut you can use there. And I'll tell you how simple interest and arithmetic progression are related. What sense they are related, what sense they are same. I'll tell you when I take up the chapter. Anyways, let's move on. Certain sum of money amounts to 6,200 in 2 years, 7,400 in 3 years as per SI. Does it give you enough information to say it is type 5 question? What are given? What is 6,200? What is it? A1. What is this? T1. What is 7,400? A2. And what is this? So you need to find both the sum as well as SI. It's a ICAI exercise question. In that exercise, they have just asked principal. So I have given both SI and rate of interest. You can practice both. Everybody, tell me the shortcut. A2 minus A1 by T2 minus. Guys, please tell off. You will remember in your school days, LKG or what UKG and all. They used to make you say the poems, right? The rhymes that you'll remember. Yes or no? That's how it works. Now also you remember that Johnny Johnny yes Papa. Why? Because you have told so many times. The moment you get an opportunity to say it off, please say it off. You'll remember that has a memory. Yes or no? Right. Into what? T1 minus A1. Everybody, solve this. What do you do? What do you do with this? M plus or MRC? M plus. Please do the calculation. Do the proceedings. What is principal? 3,800. What do you do after that to find the R value? MRC divided by 3,800 into 100. How much? 31.578%. Have you understood? Based on Pakka 100%. Lock kare. Solve this, guys. Principal, you tell me. 5,000? Rate of interest? 10 or 5? 10%. Perfect. Everyone getting it? Guys, if not now, it's never. Please make sure you get it. If you have any doubt, please come to me. I'll explain. Right? I have no issues to explain. Dana? Everybody? Guys, the next few types, whatever we have, it's just a proceedings. That's it. Okay. So type 6, it is same as type 1 only, but why have you given as a separate type? Because there's a difference, right? The thing is, when the rate of interest are different for different years, normally what is SI formula? PTR by 100, correct? Or PTR percentage. PTR percentage. When the time and the rate of interest are different, you're going to split this PTR percentage into different terms. That means P1 T1 R1% plus P2 T2 R2% and so on. It's basically what SI formula only, but you're splitting it because the rate of interest and the time, even sometimes the principal will be different. So if the principal also different, the principal are different, then P1 T1 R1% plus P2 T2 R2% and so on as the total SI. If the principal is same for all the schemes, then you can take the principal out of this P1 T first term and the second term and the third term. P1, P2, P3 all will become the same principal, that is P only. So we can take P outside. What remains from the first term? T1 R1%. Second term, T2 R2%. If there is a third term, T3 R3%. And so it is literally what? SI formula only. But what is the difference? It used to be only one rate of interest for all the years. Here, different rate of interest for different duration. For example, for the first 5 years, it is 6%. For the next 3 years, it is 8%. For the next 2 years, it is 10%. They may give you question that. So in that case, T1 R1, T2 R2, T3 R3. Sometimes even the principles are different. If the principle is same, what comes out? P comes out. What stays within the bracket? T1 R1% plus T2 R2%. So you can perform this calculation in one step in the calculator by writing nothing on paper. Right? Are we clear? Everybody? Yes or no? You should now tell me for this question, is the principle same for this case? Are they different or same? 50,000 is invested at 5% per annum for first 2 years and 6%. Have they said 50,000 is divided into three parts? No. 50,000 only at 5% for the first 2 years, 50,000 only at 6% per annum for the next 3 years, and so on, right? That means the principle is the same, correct? But what is different? Time duration and the rate of interest are different. What is the first time duration? T1, 2 years. First rate of interest, R1, 5%. What is the second time duration? T2, 3 years. R2, 6%. Is there anything else? R3 is 7% and T3 is what is same in all the cases? Principal is same. So what we can take out to find the total SI. See, SI accrued means total SI obtained. Accrued means SI obtained. Total SI, what comes out? P comes out. What stays within? T1 R1% plus T2 R2% plus how many duration? 3 durations. Obviously, T3 R3% is the last term. Guys, first of all, what would you solve? Whatever within the brackets. Correct? Board mass, that's what it says. Whatever within the bracket, you have to solve. Everybody, take your calculator. T1 into R1, 2 into 5. Press what? Percentage. And how do you store this value? Because all these are complicated, you have to keep on storing them. Are you getting it? 2 into 5 percentage. How do you store it? M plus. Next, 3 into 6 percentage. How do you store it? M plus. Next, 2 into 7 percentage. How do you store it? m plus. So we kept on storing all the values. Now we have to recall the value from the memory. How do you do it? MRC. Have you pressed MRC? By doing so, you get the result of entire thing that you have kept on storing, the result into, come out of the brackets. Obviously, there's nothing means multiplication only. That means P is getting multiplied with it. Press into button. What is P? 50,000. So how much is the answer? 20. Exactly 21,000. Huh? How come 22,000? Please do the calculation once again. Is it 21,000 or 22,000? 21 only. See, I have written for the explanation purpose, but once you understand this, you need not write on the. You must know P is same for all the cases. So P you can take it in the mind, not on the paper. T1 R1% plus T2 R2% plus T3 R3%. This is what you need to do in the calculator. Straight away feed the values in the calculator. Do use your memory, not yours, your calculator memory. You'll get the answer. Right? Everybody. After doing all this, what you do? You multiply with the principal. Should I tell the calculation again or you understood? Everybody? We'll move on. Clear so far? Akka? 100%? Now tell me. How much is the sum of money invested? Not given. What is asked here? P only, deposited sum. That means total principal is only they're asking. Total SI we have how much? 730. Total SI we have is 730. What is, how many schemes are there? 2 rates are there. Time duration is specified. Have they specified the time duration? See, please understand, guys, if they don't specify the time duration, by default, you take it as 1 year. They don't specify the time duration. Default, you take it as 1 year. Clear? So there are only 2 cases. Oh, 3 cases. One is 4%, 5%, and 6%. Okay. Where's the principal? Options. See, otherwise, guys, what will happen is principal we don't know. So we have to take it as X or P, whatever it is. How do you want to take it as? X. So 1/7 of X is X by 7. Correct? That is principal. Time is how much? 1. Rate of interest is 4%. Clear? Second case, half of the money. That means X by 2. Time is 1 year. Rate of interest is how much? 5%. Now remaining, how do you find? From X, you have to subtract X by 7 and you have to subtract X by 2. This is the remaining amount. Into time, 1 year. Into rate of interest is how much? 6%. This takes time. This takes time. How do you solve this basically? 1 into 4 divided by 7. Please do it. The X comes out, right? You can take X outside. Just solve the numbers. 1 into 4 divided by 7. Press a percentage. How much it is? Percentage you have to press. Array 1 into 4 percentage divided by 7. 0 point. Double 0 into what's the multiplier? X. Array X we took it outside. Plus, what about this? 1 into 5 divided by 2. 5 by 2% means 2.5%. That means 0.025. Yes or no? Please do the calculation, guys. 1 into 5 percentage. 1 into 5, press a percentage. Divided by 2 you do. How much it is? X. Plus. Now, if X comes out, what remains? 1 minus 1 by 7 minus 1 by 2. Yes or no? All terms have got X. Into 1 into 6%. Everybody, how do you solve this? Type 1 in the see, how do you solve it in the calculator? All are complicated except one, right? So type 1. How do you store the value? The positive value? M plus. 1 by 7, negative value. How do you store it? M minus. How do you type 1 by 2 and store? 1 by 2, M minus. Then MRC into 1 into 6 percentage. 0.0214 into. Now add all these x coefficients. You know what to add, right? The coefficients of x only have to be added. 0.0057 plus 0.025 plus 0.0214. Are these values correct? First, tell me how much. 0.052 x is equal to what? 730. Now, where will the 0.0521 go? On the other side. So 730 divided by 0.0521. How much? 14,000, 11.5. What is the nearest answer to this? 14,000. So why are we getting close? I mean, nearer to 14,000 something exactly. Why are we not getting exactly 14? Because we rounded off the digits. We took only 4 digits after decimal. Had we taken all the digits, we would have got the exact answer. But you can't do it like this in the. So what to do is, so what is that they're asking us? P. Where is P? Options. See, if I plug in the first option itself, see, you need, by doing this, you need not write anything on the paper. Everything in the calculator. See, principal is 14,000. 1/7 of 14,000 is 2,000. 14,000 divided by 7. If you don't know, you can type 14,000 divided by 7. That's the first principal. Into time is 1. Into rate of interest is 4%. Press M plus. That is P1, T1, R1 percent. Plus, what is P2? Half of the money. Money is 14,000. You're writing a first option. What is half of 14,000? 7,000. Type 7,000 into 1 into 5% M plus. Please do it. Plus, what is remaining amount? See, first principal is 7,000. Sorry, 2,000. Second principal is 7,000. Total 9,000. How much is remaining? Out of 14, 5,000 is remaining. So P3 will be how much? 5,000 into 1 into 6. Press percentage and then MRC. A percentage M plus MRC. So how much? 730 only. Are you getting it? Are you getting it? So otherwise you'll have to write down these many steps, which will take more time. And if you make a mistake in one of the terms, you will not get right answer. So when it comes to writing on paper or doing everything in the calculator, which one you should prefer? Calculator only you should prefer, because that saves time. Are you getting it? Once again? Anybody? Once again or understood? Once again. Okay. See, what they're asking us to find out is the deposited sum. That means the total amount invested. Where is that? It is in the options, right? So if you see 14,000, if you assume 14,000, the first option as the answer, that's the total amount that he has invested. 1/7 of the money. What is the money basically? 14,000 you're hitting, right? 1/7 of 14,000 is 14,000 by 7, which is 2,000. So P1 becomes 2,000. Type 2,000. So basically, total SI is P1 T1 R1 percent plus P2 T2 R2 percent plus P3 T3 R3 percent. Now P1 is 2,000. How come it is 2,000? 14,000 by 7. Into time is 1 year. Into rate of interest is 4%. You need not type into 1 all the time, because anything into 1 is. So 2000 into 4%, M plus you press to store the value. Done. Now, what is the second principle? Half of the money. What's the money invested? 14,000. You're eating the option. 14,000. Half of 14,000 is 7,000. Type 7,000 in place of P2. Into 1 you don't do, because time is 1 year only. Into rate of interest is how much? 5%. 5, press a percentage. How do you store it? M plus. Done. Now, P3 is how much? What is P3? Remaining. Total 14,000. Out of 14,000, first scheme 2,000 is invested. Second scheme 7,000 invested. Total 9,000. Remaining is how much? 5,000. Type 5,000 into rate of interest is 6%. Press M plus to store it. Then MRC. How much you're getting? What is that they have given? 730. That means option A itself is the right answer. Everybody clear? Everybody say yes or no? Pakka. 100%. I want to consolidate. Let's see how much you remember. Yeah, tell me. Meanwhile, you can have a glance. I'll randomly ask a question. You should tell me which type it is and the shortcut. Give you 2 minutes time. Have you written all the types and the given data under each type? Please quickly have a go through. I'll write the question randomly. You should tell me which type it is. Done? Shall I? Okay. A certain sum of money amounts to rupees 7,250 in 4.5 years as per SI at 10% per annum. Find sum. Which type? Type 2. How come? A, T, R are given. What to find? Principal. Quickly find out and tell me the answer. What's the shortcut? A by 1 plus TR percent. What to solve first? In that, what to solve first? Then, very good. Into amount. Very good. P is equal to how much? 5,000. Does that? One more. One more. Which type it is? Type 2. How do you justify type 2? A, T, R given. And principal is asked. Are you able to identify? Everybody. A certain sum of money amounts to rupees 8,000. Rupees 8,000 in 6 years as per rupees 8,000 in 6 years and rupees 9,500 in 9 years as per SI. Find the sum, only sum. Which type? Type 4 or 5? What is type 5? Amount in terms of rupees. Type 4 is actually amount in terms of principal. Certain sum of money, doubles, triples, 5 times, 6 times. That is type 4. This is shortcut for type 5. A2 minus A1 by T2 minus T1 into T1 minus A1. Do we have to store A2 minus A1 by T2 minus T1? Why? Only P is asked, no rate. How much is the answer? 5,000? That's it. Everyone understood? Yes or no? Pakka? 100%? Clear? One more? Take the question. Rupees 9,000 amounts to rupees 9,540 in 6 years as per SI. Find the rate of interest. Type. How do you justify it's type 3? Amount and principal given. So type 3 shortcut. A minus P by P. Along with that, what is given? So what should be written in the denominator? What is that you get? R. How much is the answer? One percent. Very, very less. You will get 1 mark, right? Irrespective of whatever may be the interest rate, right? Clear? Pakka. I'll randomly keep asking you questions that how much you know, I'll know. There's 2 more types to go. With that, simple interest will be done. Shall we move on to the next type? Yes. Type 7. Very important for the examination point of view. I mean, of course, all the types. Type 7. What is type 7? You see, an amount in terms of quite similar to what? Which type? Amount in terms of principal, where do you come across? Type 4. There are how many amounts? Here, an amount means how many amounts? The moment you see only one amount in terms of principal as per SI, it is type, not 4, type. When you see 2 amounts in terms of principal, it is type 4. They'll ask you to find T2. Shortcut is A2 minus 1 by A1 minus 1 into, that's type 4. 2 amounts in terms of principal. There's only one amount in terms of principal and a type 7, right? So when you see only one amount in terms of principal, it is definitely type 7. How do you identify amount in terms of principal? How do you identify amount in terms of principal? Doubles, triples, 4 times, 5 times. That is what is amount in terms of clear? Is it clear? Pakka? 100%? Yes. Now, so what they'll ask you to find normally is rate of interest. It is simply total SI rate divided by R. Or they may ask you to find time. I mean, here time is asked. It is total SI by R. They may even ask you to find R by giving you time. What you can do, just interchange the position of R and T. So R is equal to total SI rate upon. So it depends upon the question. If they give you T, they'll ask you to find R. If they give you R, they'll ask you to find T. Guys, you may be thinking, I have given a point as amount in terms of principal, but in the formula there is no amount only. What is given? Total SI rate. Now, how to find total SI rate when the amount is given? Please understand, guys. For such problems, when only one amount in terms of principal is given, it's type 7. For such problem, P is taken as 100%. Because, guys, principal is the reference value. On that only the rate of interest is calculated. Yes or no? Whatever, no matter whatever is the rate of interest, interest is computed on the principal only. So principal becomes the reference value, and that is to be taken as 100%. The reason why we take a principal in terms of percentages, look at the formula. Total SI rate. Rate means percentage value. Total SI must be expressed in terms of percentage. So why we take the principal as 100% for type 7 problems. Now, say for example, Total SI, total SI rate is always 100% less than the amount. So you know how to write the amount if they say certain sum of money triples. What is amount? A is equal to 3P. P is taken as 100. So A is equal to 300%. And total SI is always 100% less than amount. If amount is 300%, total SI rate is 200%. If the amount is 200%, total SI is 100%. If the amount is 400%, total SI is 300%. Let me prove how it is. Everybody knows the formula for A is equal to P plus SI? Yes or no? If amount is 300%, what will be total SI? 200. How it is? What is P to be taken as? 100. What is SI then? 300 minus 100, 200%. So why the point total SI rate is always 100% less than the amount. If the amount is 300, total SI is 200. If the amount is 400%, total SI is. Have you understood? Clear? So first of all, you should identify a type 7 question. How? Only one amount in terms. The moment you see only one amount in terms of principal, express that in terms of a percentage. For example, certain sum of money becomes 5 times of itself. A is equal to how much? 500%. But what do you want actually out of it? Total SI, not the amount. What is total SI if amount is 500%? 400%. Just divide that by given rate of interest, you get the time. It's a matter of feeding two values in the calculator, one by numerator by denominator. That's it. So what you feed is very important. It is always 100% less than the amount. You understood? Pakka? Say yes or no? Okay. You like to have a note of this? Yes. Doing like a normal class. So I'll have to be little up my speed for the next session, right? Hope you got adjusted to the speed. Speed is okay for you? Yes or no? But still you should tell me if I'm really fast, then I'll slow down, right? Because it is supposed to be fast track. It doesn't mean that you should not understand, right? I mean, once SI is done, compound interest will just go like this. Because compound interest, we have only 3-4 types, that's it, right? And once you learn compound interest, okay, annuity becomes easy. Laddu. It's like if you know compound interest formula, that's more than sufficient to get the formula for annuity, right? Annuity, perhaps the easiest of all. If you compare simple interest, compound interest, annuity is the laddu kind of questions because questions are going to be straight there. Matter of that, 4 formulas are there. Buy one, get 3, right? And even that one also you need not by heart. There's one formula. I mean, that's what I said. CI formula, if you know, easily you can build the formula for annuity, right? That becomes very easy for you. Shall we move on? Yeah. Tell me, is it amount given? What tells you it's an amount given? How many amounts in the question? How many amounts are there? Only one amount? So it is type 7. So amount in terms of percentage, what is it? How much percent? Amount is how much percent? 800%. Total SI is? What you should be feeding in the calculator, is it 700 or 800? Divided by, given rate of interest is 35%. So time is total SI. You need not write this on paper. Divided by R. Total SI is 700. Divided by R is 35. The answer is 20 years. Option B is the right answer. Everybody understood? If a type 7 problem, you need what? Total SI. You'll be given what? Amount. Sometimes they may even give you total SI straight away. How do you identify? See, is there any doubt in identifying this as the amount? certain sum of money becomes 8 times. That means A is equal to 8P. That means amount is only given. How many amounts? Only one amount. Now read this question and tell me what is given to us. Is it amount? It is the SI on a certain sum. It is not the amount, it is SI. That means they have given off total SI. If they give off total SI, is it required that you take minus 100? Minus 100 when you have to do? Only when the case amount is given. Are you getting it? Right. So total SI is how much percent here? It's 1 by 9. That means 1 by 9 of what? It means the principles. It means the principles. Principal is taken as how? So 1 by 9 into 100. Have you understood? Because you want everything in terms of percentage. 1 by 9 of it means 1 by 9 of principal. Principal is 100%. Have you understood? Along with this, they have given one more information. R is equal to T. Is what connects the total SI rate R and T? Definitely that formula, type 7 formula. What is it? T is equal to total SI rate divided by R. And have a look here. They have said what? R and T are equal. And what is it they're asking us to find? R. So can I not multiply T and R? So what do I get? T into R is equal to total SI. How much it is? 100 by 9. Since R and T are equal, can I not substitute T as R? So it becomes R square is equal to 100 by 9. And what is R? Root of 100 by 9. Type 100 by 9, everybody. Don't press the square root straight away. 100 by 9. After that, you should press equal. Should press equal, then press the root. Otherwise, what will happen? If you type 100, then divide 9. Straight away, if you press the root, it will take the root only for this 9, not for the entire thing. So under the root, if there is a complex one, it could be an addition of two terms, a subtraction of two terms, or multiplication of two terms. After solving it, press equal, then only press the root. If it is a single number, then you can type the number, press the square root straight away. But if it is division of two numbers under the root, after dividing, press equal, then press the root. Otherwise, it will be a mistake. Have you understood? How much it is? 3.333%. Option A. It's one of the previous paper question, 2019 November. Guys, and even this much you need not do it in the exam if they ask this. And this kind of a question is very, very common, especially giving what time is equal to R. R is equal to T. And also they'll give you total SI. Whenever they say R is equal to T and total SI also given, straight away you can use this. T is equal to R is equal to root of total. Straight away you can use this without doing. Whenever they say R is equal to, you need not write anything on the paper. They say R equal to T. So it is simply root of total SI. What is total SI here? 1 by 9. So 1 by 9 into what? P is how much? 100. So 1 by 9 into 100 you do. And you need to take the root of it, not immediately after 1 by 9 into 100. Press equal, press the root. If you do 1 by 9 into 100, if you press the square root straight away, it will show 10. If you want, you can just check. 1 by 9, press into, type 100, press the square root straight away, it will show 10. That means it has taken the root only for the last number that you typed. So why I said press equal, then press the root. Clear? Everybody, are we clear so far? Are we clear? Or no? Yeah. What is this, guys? Is it amount or SI? It is SI. What tells you it is SI? Because it is SI on a certain sum. How much percent is total SI? 12.5. How come 12.5? 0.125 into 100, which is 12.5. You type this value as total SI divided by what? 10. Because T is equal to total SI divided by R. Correct? Total SI is 12.5 divided by R is 10. The answer is 1.5. Option is November 2019. Yeah. fact, 2 questions were asked on the same paper. Everybody clear? Say yes or no. Pakka. Solve this last question and have a break. Right? A certain sum of money becomes 3 times of itself. Amount or SI? Amount. How much percent is amount? If amount is 300%, what is total SI? 200. Divided by what? 25. So how much? 8 years. Amount is 300%, so total SI is 200. Straight away 200 in the calculator divided by whatever rate of interest. If they give you time also you'll have to divide only. They give you rate of interest, divide rate of interest. They give you time, divide time. That's it. But you are not supposed to press a percentage, right? So have I given percentage here? No. Only the magnitude. That's it. No percentage to be pressed. So unless I specified percentage in the shortcut or whatever it is, don't press that uh, percentage button, even if it is percent value. Clear? Everybody? Why we are not pressing percentage even though it is percentage? Tell me. Because both are rates only. This is percentage. This is also percentage. Percentage will get cancelled there only. Clear? So we'll have a break. 5 o'clock now. We'll be back by 5:30. There'll be only one break, guys. Right? Be prepared. Better prepared. Right? So after the break, we'll be seeing most important thing, that is compound interest. If you learn compound interest, annuity, right? A lot of things that you need to learn for compound interest. Basics is very, very important. Right? See you all after the break. Eight 30. ತಮಿಳ್ನಾಡುನಾ? ಅಲ್ಲ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. Am I audible? Yes. Am I audible? ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತದ್ಯಾ? Right. So let's begin with the next type. Someone, I don't know. Oh, people are ready to come. Huh? That's it. Huh? All right. All right. Okay. Guys, last type of simple interest, that is problems on two SIs. So you'll be given two simple interests in the question. So they'll ask questions based on that. So you'll have to identify that there are two simple interests in that question. And in that two SIs, there will be some thing which is same, or all the things are different. So some things are same in the sense the principles may be same, or time duration for both the cases may be same, or rate of interest for both the cases may be same. So there will be two SIs basically. Now you will understand by seeing the question. So what is it? There's no defined formula for this. SI, you know, PTR percentage, right? The same formula can be used, but there will not be a single SI. There will be a two SIs. Normally, such questions will be based on difference between two SIs, right? You'll understand now. If the difference between interest received by two persons, A and B, so there are two persons, the difference between the interest on the same sum of rupees 1500. What do you understand by same sum of rupees 1500? The P is same for both of them. For A as well as B, the principal is same. For 3 years at, is 18 rupees. What is 18 rupees? Difference between two simple interest is 18 rupees. This started to talk about the difference between the two interest, which is 18 rupees. Now, then what is the difference between the two rates? What is the difference between two? Now, everybody, you know, SI is PTR percentage. For both the SI, there are two SIs here. One is SI obtained by A, the other one is SI obtained by, yes or no? So now let's say SI obtained by A is P1 T1 R1%, and SI obtained by B is P2 R2%. Out of P1 P1 T1 R1, P2 T2 R2, what are the same things? P is same, even the time is also same. Correct? So basically SI is PTR percentage. Out of these two cases, the principal and the time is same. So I will take out PT percentage outside. What remains from both the SIs? R1 and R2. Should I be writing R1 plus R2 or R1 minus R2? Why R1 minus R2? Difference. See guys, literally it is P1 T1 R1% minus P2 T2 R2% equal to 18 rupees. Right? Avoid writing all this. Is difference between two simple interest. Simple interest is PTR percentage, right? So here principal and time are the same for both the cases. So instead of writing PT outside, PT percentage only I took outside, because ultimately we need to find R1 minus R2. The percentage you can attach with P, or you can attach with the T, or you can attach with R. It doesn't make any difference. You do 2 into 10% will be same as 10 into 2%. The same. You can affix percentage with any of the number when it comes to multiplication. So have you understood what I've done just now? Everybody clear? Pakka 100%, which is equal to what? 18. Now what do we know? P and T percent we know, right? What is the unknown here? R1 minus R2 is unknown. We will keep this here itself. That's what they're asking. Difference between the two rates. That means R1 minus R2 is only they're asking. Correct? Difference between the two rates means R1 minus R2 is only they're asking. PTR percentage should go on the other side. Should get divided. We don't divide. We actually convert that into multiplication. By doing what? First of all, what do you solve first? Tell me. PT percentage. Please do. P is how much? 1500. Into T is how much? 3. Press what? Where will this value go? On the other side. We actually, it has to get divided, but we convert that into multiplication. By doing what? Divide equal and multiply 18. What is the difference? Point. The answer for this is 0.4%. Option. Have you understood? Everybody, say yes or no. Clear? Please don't hesitate, guys. Have any difficulty? Please ask me. See, what they've said is there's a difference between the two interest obtained. See, if they unless they specify what type of interest, by default you start with SI only. Have they said SI? No, they haven't said whether it is SI or CI. So default you will take it as SI only. But by taking it as SI, if you don't find any of the option match, then you have to up CI. Firstly, you will take it as though it is SI only. They don't specify whether it is as per SI or as per. Are you getting it? Okay. So they haven't specified whether it is as per SI or as per CI. We basically do it as per SI by default. Now there is a difference between the two interests. That means SI1 minus SI2. They haven't said which SI is more. So we'll take SI1 minus SI2. You can even take SI2 minus SI, which is equal to how much? 18. Now, you know SI formula PTR percent, correct? SI1 is P1 T1 R1 percent, SI2 is P2 T2 R2 percent. In both the SIs, what is same? The principal is same and the time is same. So we can take PT percentage outside. What we don't know from SI1, R1 minus what we don't know from SI2, R2. We have taken the common thing outside. Is this clear, everybody? Everybody is equal to how much? 18. Now, what is that we need to find out? R1 minus R2. This is the unknown. Keep that on the left hand side only. Everything else on the other side. First of all, PTR percentage you solve. PTR percentage you solve. And take it to the other side and don't divide, multiply. How do you multiply? By taking its reciprocal. First of all, P into T percentage you do. P is how much? 1500 into T is how much? 3. Press a percentage button. Now, how do you take its reciprocal? Divide equal and multiply with 8. Have you understood? Everybody, say yes or no. Pakka? 100%. So, what is R1 minus R2? 0.4. Option C is the right answer. Is this clear, everybody? Pakka? Got it? One more question. This was asked in November 2019. Yeah. Here, it's a straight question. They have only said it is SI. Right. You should tell me what's the equation that I should write. The SI on a certain sum at 6% per annum is 450 rupees is 450 rupees more than the SI on the same sum at 5% per annum for 3 years. Which SI is more? Is it the first SI more or second SI? First of all, there are two SIs in this problem. SI, first SI is this, second SI is SI on. There are two SIs. Which SI is more? How do you justify it as first SI? This SI is only more, 450 rupees. Right. So what is the equation? Difference between two SIs or sum of the two SIs? Is it sum of the two SIs is 450 or difference between the two? Difference between the two SIs is 450. Which SI is greater? So tell me the equation. SI1 minus SI2 is equal to how much? Now what do we know out of the two SIs? Principal is same. and rate of interest are different. Principal is same, but rate of interest are different. So we'll keep P outside. Now what remains within the first SI1? T1 R1%, SI2 T2 R2%, and that is equal to 4. What's the unknown here? P, right? Should keep only P on the left hand side, everything else on the other side. First of all, whatever is multiplied with P, that you solve first. How do you solve this? Using what? Memory. Array, multiplication of two terms involved. Multiplication of two terms involved. You need memory, right? Can you do it in the mind? Not all the calculation. Some calculation you can do, but not all the calculation. So T1 into R1%. T1 is how much? 4 into 6%. How do you store this? Ym plus, it's a positive value. Next, T2 into R2%. T2 is how much? 3. R2 is 5. Percentage you press, and then M minus. How do you get the result of this? MRC. By pressing MRC, you get the result of the entire thing. Now, this value should go to the other side and should get divided, but we convert that into multiplication by doing what? Divide equal and multiply with 450. How much? 5,000. Is this clear, everybody? Once again, the calculation, or is it clear? Everyone got this? Pakka. 100%. Don't hesitate, guys. Is this clear? Got it? That is the case. Solve the next one. Ram deposited 12,000 in a bank at 10% per annum and remaining at 20% per annum. If he received the interest at 14% per annum, then find Ram's total investment. This is November 2019 question. So guys, 12,000 is he invested at 10% per annum. And how much he invested at 20% per annum? Is it given? Is it given? No, it isn't, right? And he received the interest at 14% per annum. What is this 14%? Total interest for the total amount invested is 14%. Total 14% is the interest that he gets for his total investment. From the first scheme, he gets 10%. From the second scheme, he gets 20%. And for overall, he gets 14%. Right? Now, can I not use the formula total SI is equal to SI1 plus SI2? Because there are two schemes involved here. Scheme 1 at 10% per annum. Scheme 2 at what percent per annum? 20% per annum. So scheme 1, what is the principal? 12,000 into rate of interest 10%. Have they specified the time? What do you take it as? 1. This is SI1. Should I be writing PTR percentage? Understood, right? Okay. In SI2, what is the principal? We don't know. They said remaining. Can we take it as X? Which we don't know? X. Alright. Take it as. Now tell me, what is the time? 1 year. Rate of interest is 20%. And what is this total SI? What is the total invested amount? What is the total invested amount? 12,000, sorry, not 1200, 12,000 plus. Because in the first scheme he invested 12,000, in the second scheme he invested X rupee. Total invested amount is, total P is 12,000 plus X. Into time is how many years? 1 year. Rate of interest is how much? 14%. Right? Solve this. 12,000 into, first of all, what is 14? 1 plus 14%? 1 into 14%? 0.14. 1 into 14%, how much it is? 0.14. First of all, do 12,000 into 0.14. 12,000 into 0.14. Much? 1680. Plus x into 0.14 is 0.14x. Are you getting it? I just removed the bracket. Now, 12,000 into 10% is 1,200. Plus x into 20% is 0.2x. Clear? 1 into 20% is 0.2 into x. Now combine x terms together. 0.2x minus 0.14x. This 1200 comes this side, becomes minus 1200. 1680 minus 1200 is 480. Now what is the difference between these two? 0.2 minus 0.14. 0.06. So 480 divided by 0.06 is equal to X. How much it is? 8,000. So how much he invested in the second scheme? 8,000. So total how much he invested? So what is the answer? Option A. Taking more time? Option hating method. That's what option hating method. You can get the answer. But still, I'll give you a method wherein you can get the answer quickly. And this method is useful in ratio proportion chapter. It is also useful in the chapter called measures of central tendency and dispersion, especially when it comes to uh, combined mean concept. There also you can apply whatever concept that I'm going to teach you now. That is called as a concept of allegation. Concept of allegation you can use to solve such question. What is the type of nature of this question? Tell me. There are two different SI rates. Scheme A, two different schemes are there. One at the rate of 10%, the first scheme. Second scheme at the rate of 20%. Two different schemes are there. And resultant rate of interest is 14%. That is also there. So whenever as per SI, if they give you interest rates in the two different schemes and the resultant interest rate if they give you can always apply the concept of allegation. This you can apply in the concept of ratios also. I'll talk about when it comes to the concept called mixtures. When I take up the chapter ratio, there is a concept of mixture. There we will be using allegation again. Again in the concept called combined mean, there also you will come across the allegation concept be used. Right. So now, have you understood this conventional way? So this is not the way you should be doing. What you should do basically is allegation concept. It's just a one-liner. Use allegation concept, solve questions where R1, R2 and R are given. What is R1? Interest in first scheme. R2, interest in second scheme. And what is R? The total interest. Is total interest. Is this clear? Now what is that one-liner that you have to use is? It's R2 minus R is to R minus. So this is what is the ratio of the two investment. This basically gives you what? Ratio of two investment. Once you get the ratio, it's very easy to find out what is invested in each scheme. So by doing this, you get the ratio of the two investment. In what ratio the investment is done in both the schemes? Ratio of the two investment is R2 minus R is to R minus R1. Normally this R2 is a greater percentage, R1 is a smaller percentage, R is the in-between value. Right? Now look at the question. What is R2? What is R1 and what is R2? R1 is 10, R2 is 20. What is R? Resultant rate? 14. Clear? Now straight away you can write R2 minus R. 20 minus 14 is 6. What is R minus R1? 4. 14 minus 10 is 4. 6 is to 4. Now please understand, you need not even simplify this. Now guys, which scheme investment you know? First schemes or second schemes? First schemes. This 6 parts is equivalent to what? 12,000. First invested amount is how much? 12,000. So this 6 parts is equivalent to how much? 12,000. If 6 parts is equal to 12,000, what is one part? 12,000 by 6, which is 2,000. What will be 8 parts then? How much he invested in second scheme? Total invested amount is how much? 12,000 plus 8,000 is 20,000. Have you understood? Have you understood? When two different schemes rate of interest is specified and the resultant rate is specified, always apply this concept of allegation. Take the difference between R2 and R1, R minus R2 minus R is to R minus R1. This will give you the ratio of the two investments. Once you get the ratio, you know, first scheme's investment is 12,000. So 6 parts is equivalent to 12,000. One part is 12,000 by 6, which is 2,000. So obviously, 4 parts means 4 into 2, which is the total invested amount is how much? First scheme investment plus second scheme investment, which is 20,000. You understood? Everybody, say yes or no. Pakka, 100%. Clear? Can you solve one more? This question is also one of the examination questions. I think 23 September, I guess. September or 24 June. So can you apply the concept of allegation for this problem? Example 4. Tell me. Are there two different rate of interest specified in the question? One is 9%, the other one is 11%. What is R? R1? R2 is, what is R? Resultant rate of interest? 9.7. Are you getting it? Are you understanding it? Now, what is the question? Then the amount invested in these banks are respectively. That means both the investment they're asking, right? Now, guys, first of all, find out the ratio. Is it 5:1? You need not even simplify it. You need not even simplify it. 9, see, first of all, 11 minus 9.75. How much? 11 minus 9.75 is 1.25 is to 0.75. This is the ratio of investments. Ratio of investment. Guys, you need not simplify this. You need not simplify in the proper ratio form, right? Keep it like this only. Total parts. How many total parts are there? 1.25 plus 0.75. Total parts is 2. Guys, we don't know how much is invested in each scheme, right? So in that case, if you know what is the total investment, what is the total investment? Then find the total parts. If total investment is known, find the total parts and equate it to total investment. Total parts are 2. This is equivalent to how much? 1 lakh. 2 parts is 1 lakh. What we need? So one part is how much? 50,000. Correct? So 1.25 parts is? One part is 50,000. 1.25 parts is 1.25 into 50,000. How much? 62,500. If one part is 62,500, remaining is how much? Answer. Have you understood? See, why did we find the total parts here? Because the total invested amount is given. Whenever they give you total invested amount, you should be finding total parts. In the previous question, did they give us the total invested amount? No. So why? What did they give actually in the previous problem? Invested amount in the first scheme. So why? First scheme's investment was how much? 6 parts. 6 parts is equivalent to how much? 12,000. But here, total invested amount is given. So why we should find out the total parts? Then only we can equate that to 1 lakh. 2 parts is equal to 1 lakh. 1 part is 50,000. But what we need to find ultimately is 1.25 part and what is 0.7. So 50,000 into 1.25 gives you 1.25 parts. 50,000 into 0.75 gives you 0.75 parts. That means option B is the right answer. If you solve it conventionally, it will take a lot of time. Right? Have you understood? So when to apply this allegation concept? Whenever the two SI rates in two different schemes and the total SI rate is specified, always apply the allegation concept. By applying this allegation concept, you get the ratio of the two invested. Everybody, say yes or no? Yeah. Now the student was asking about the study plan. Guys, never ever do a single subject in a day. You have to, since you are very closer to the examination, you have roughly how many days? 50 days. So you can't afford to do one subject and finish it off. No, never ever do that. Divide your day into 4 parts. Give equal time. If not equal, you should decide like which subject takes more time. But you have to make sure that each day you have to divide a day for 4 parts. I mean, you have to do all the 4 subjects in a day. Otherwise, what will happen? Let's say you're doing maths in the beginning, right? After doing maths, you'll start with accounts, let's say. What will happen? Towards the end, after all subjects are done, you'll forget maths. Should not happen. So the only way where you can keep touch with all the subjects is by doing every day. You'll have to study all the subjects, not just one subject. So divide your day into 4 parts. I mean, I'm not saying equal amount of time for each and every subject. Subject which takes more time, obviously you have to give. For economics and all, you need not spend so much of time as you spend for maths and right. For especially for law, you have to keep writing more, right? Need to have a better writing skills. Communication is very important, right? Yes. Practice mock papers is a mantra, guys. Mock papers is a mantra. Minimum 5, 6 mock papers you should be doing before writing the exam. Minimum 5, 6 papers. So what you can do as soon as the maths subject is done, so you plan every day one mock paper. Not every day, one alternative day you can fix up and you can practice. So after maths, you need not do maths for the next 10 days. What I mean to say is, let's say you're doing 5 mock papers. Every alternate days you will do one mock paper, right? So let's say after maths is completed, one day gap you leave for revising everything. I'll give you revision notes also. With revision notes around the 85 pages, you can cover everything, right? Within 85 pages, the entire syllabus you can cover, provided if you have done this already, right? So that you do, and then take up the mock paper, take up the mock paper, and next day you should not write mock paper and leave a gap. Why? Not to just be idle. So whatever mistakes that you have done, that particular mock paper, which chapter you have done more mistakes, which chapter you are not able to do much, that chapter you focus. So by doing this 5 or 6 mock papers, guys, 5 is must. More than that, if you are doing, it's great, right? So mock papers is a mantra, no matter whatever subject it may be, right? You don't write a mock paper, your final exam shouldn't be like a mock paper for you, right? You'll be clueless if you do that way, right? Mock papers is a must, right? So any doubt, you please reach out to me after even the subject is over, and always uh, open to help you out, right? Any doubts? I mean, if you want to take up any mock paper, previous ICAI, where to take it from, I'll guide you on this, right? You ask me like which mock paper to take, I'll guide you on that, and you can report to me that particular day itself, which how much you have scored, right? By writing at least 5 to 6 mock paper, your speed should improve, right? People report me like this, and people who regularly do this, they've definitely scored 90 plus. 5, 6 mock papers is a must. Any paper for that matter, especially law for that matter. Don't have a proper, and you feel that I have done everything, I've studied everything, not written anything, right? That you need to have a practice, and especially maths. When it comes to maths, between 2 to 4 only, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. only, you have to practice mock papers, because you're used to studying in the morning or in the night. Suddenly, in the exam happens between 2 to 4 the afternoon. Normally, this 2 to 4 is your sleeping time. You'll have a nice food, sleep. You'll not study basically, right? Between 2 to 4. No, I'm not asking towards the exam. Towards the exam, I'm not asking. Even towards the exam, also, you will study in morning more, and then evening also. And afternoon, you will actually not do, right? Please do mock papers, and any mock paper for that matter, maths or even law also. 2 to 5 only you have to practice, right? See, your hands will not move only during that time, because if you don't have a practice that duration, right? So have a better practice in that particular time, right? Anyways, so divide your day into 4 parts and allocate time, like which subject you lack. I mean, you lack concepts, that particular subject you have to give more time, right? For the problematic chapters, definitely you have to give accounts and maths, even law for that matter. I see I prescribed answers, you see, just keep Keep writing, keep previous paper. What ICI expects, that's very important. You believe that whatever you have written is correct. After results, you will come to know that expectation is that much, and what you've got is this. Right? Most of you would have missed because of aggregate, right? Around, not all. Few people would have missed because of just the aggregate, right? Anyways, I don't want to talk about that. Forget about that. Past is past. That mistake should not happen, right? Anyways, have you understood all 8 types? What was type 1? PTR given. Laddu. Type 2, ATR. What is P? How do you find P? A divided by 1 plus TR percent. Type 3, A and P both given. What's the shortcut for that? A minus P by P. If T given, T percent in the denominator. If R given, R percent in the denominator. Type 4. What is type 4? Two amounts in terms of principal. How do you identify amount in terms of principal? Double, triple, 4 times, 5 times. How many amounts should be there? 2 amounts. How do you find T2? A2 minus 1 divided by A1 minus 1 into, what is type 5? Two amounts in terms of rupees. What to find? Principal or SI. How do you find principal? A2 minus A1 by T2 minus T1 into T1 minus, if they ask you to find R, A2 minus A1 by T2 minus T1, you have to store, recall by pressing MRC, divided by principal into 100. Plus type 5. Type 6, type 7, type 8 and all are led to. Straight away, PTR percentage only. That form. Yes or no? Ready for the next concept? Next concept, guys, few basic things I want to tell you. You understand this, because compound interest, it's only the calculation that matters a lot, wherein you unnecessarily waste time. That should not happen. That should not happen. You want to solve it faster, the mantra you have to see. In CI problems, you will have to do this 1 plus I whole power n. In CI problems, you'll come across an expression 1 plus I whole power n. Here I is basically rate of interest. I is called as rate of interest. There R, here it is I. There in SI, in the formula itself, R PTR by 100, that percentage is the formula itself, divided by 100 will take care of. But here, there's no divided by 100. Of course, you can write divided by 100. It's a waste of time. The formula looks scary. So I don't want that to happen. So what I would suggest you is, I value you should be plugging in. I mean, you should not be typing 1 plus I in the calculator at all. The moment you see I value, straight away 1 plus I should come off in the mind, straight away in the calculator. For that to happen, some mantra you have to understand. The thing is, if it is 2-digit percentage, what is it? 2-digit percentage. I am talking about the value of 1 plus I. I am talking about the value of 1 plus I. It's not I, then adding 1 to it, then raising the power. No. If you do that way, can you keep the counter reference? Because I value you're typing, divided by 100 you're doing, plus 1 you're typing. By then the power, the counter number will be more. So you can't keep the counter reference. Yes or no? So what you can do is 1 plus I value straight away you should be. So if it is a 2-digit percentage, what is 2-digit percentage basically? 10% or more than 10%, less than 100%. Anything of this values, definitely it's a 2-digit percentage. Say for example, 12.5%. Is it a 2-digit percentage or 3-digit percentage? There are 3 digits here. Do you say it's 2? Wrong. What matters is how many digits are to the left of the decimal. 2 digits. That says it is 2-digit percentage. Clear? Everybody? It's a 2-digit percentage. I'm straight away giving you the value of 1 plus I for this particular percent. What is I value? 12.5%, right? See, you are going to add this 12.5% to what? 1. Going to add this 12.5% to what? So how do you basically do it? Is 1 point. After a decimal point, for 2-digit percentage, there won't be any zeros coming in. You're adding 1 to it, right? After a decimal point, there won't be any zeros. What to write after decimal point is whatever are the digits available in the given percentage, same digits you should be writing. What are the digits? 1 is there, 2 is there, 5 is there. So 1.15 is the value of 1 plus I. Are you getting it? For a 2-digit percentage, when you need to add that to 1 point, what to write after decimal point? Whatever are the digits in the 2-digit percentage, same thing. You are not writing it on paper, you are feeding the value straight away in the calculator. Are you getting it? Let me give you another one, which is say 15%. What is the value of 1 plus I? Everybody, 1 point. Is it clear, everybody? This value should be straight away feeding in the calculator without writing. Everybody clear? Pakka. What if it is 1-digit percentage? If it is 1-digit percentage, after a decimal point, you have to write a 0, 1 0, 1 0. See, for example, I is 3.5%. Is it 1-digit percentage or 2-digit percentage? What tells you it is 1 digit? How many digits are there to the left of the decimal? 1 digit. So it's a 1-digit percentage. The value of 1 plus I, if it is 1-digit percentage, is 1 point. There will be 1 0 followed by it. And after 1 0, what to write is whatever are the digits in the percentage, same thing. That means you are not supposed to keep a decimal point over here. Already decimal point has been kept after 1. Have you understood? Can you now tell me if I is equal to 8%, what is 1 plus I value? Everybody, 1 point. If I value is 6.5%, what is 1 plus I? 1 point. If I value is 13%, what is 1 plus I? 1.0 or 1.13? 1.13. Why? It's a 2-digit percentage. Have you understood? It will save a lot of time. Otherwise, you will have to type that 13 divided by 100 plus 1, then raise the power. Counter reference you can't keep. You'll have to count the equal to button. Exam will get to over. And there's a possibility that you make a mistake. While counting the equal to button, if you make a mistake, if you leave out one equal to button for counting, gone. Are you getting it? Are you getting it? Everybody, 1-digit percentage, 2-digit percentage conversion clear? Suppose if it is less than a 1-digit percentage, less than 1 digit. Let's say if I is equal to 0.5%. You know, for 5%, what is 1 plus I? 1.05. For 0.5%, 1 plus I is 1.00. Have you understood? Everybody. Pakka. Online students. Clear? Pakka. 100%. Oh, ಯಾರಪ್ಪ ಇದು? But 97. Yeah, aspirant. Shall we move on? Shall we? So if you know this, believe me, CI is done. 3 types are there that do concepts, right? Only the conversion matters a lot. Conversion in the sense, if it is annual compounding, what is the conversion? I value, what is N value? If it is half yearly, what is I value, what is N value? Anyway, you know, if I value and N value, if you know, you know how to raise the power of a number, right? Okay. Now let us start with a CI. See, what's the difference between SI and CI first of all? In SI, the principle doesn't change. Principle keeps. I mean, it will remain the same, right? It will remain the same for any number of years that you invest your money for. In CI, the principle keeps changing at every compounding. What is the meaning of compounding? Change of principle is called as compounding. right? Change of principal is only called as compounding. Take the formula CI. Learn this one formula, guys. You're done with the entire chapter. No extra formulas that you're going to. A slight modification here and there. That's it. Even for the annuity also, slight here and there. That's it. Okay, nothing great after this. If you learn this, you're done. What is CI? It's P into 1 plus I whole power n minus 1. So 1 plus I whole power n minus 1 should be within the bracket and P outside the bracket. So what to solve first of all as per the priority? You tell me. What do you solve first? 1 plus I within the bracket. Then what you will do? Raise the power to n. You know how to raise the power to n? Press into, keep pressing equal until the counter number is 1 more than actual power. But if the power is, let's say 25, how do you split? 5 into 5. Raise the power to 5 first. Press into, equal to how many times you put? Array 5 into 5. Raise the power to 5. You know how to raise the power to 5? Counter number is 6. But second time, you can't keep the counter reference. Press into, equal to how many times? So literally you're pressing equal to button 4 times. But here, 24 times. How much time you can see? Are you getting it? Are you getting it? Everybody, hope you remember that, which I taught you in the beginning. Yeah, after 1 plus I whole power n, what you will do? Minus 1. After this, what you will do? Into P. Into. That is. What is P here? Principal. I is the interest rate, and most importantly, it's a decimal value. Not a percentage value. It should be kept in the decimal value. And you know, already I told you how to find 1 plus I in the mind and feed it in the calculator straight away. Clear? Hope you don't struggle now to feed 1 plus I value. Everybody, what is 1 plus 6%? What is 1 plus 60%? 1.60 or 1.6? What is 1 plus 25%? 1 point. I want everyone to try. 1 plus 25%. 1 plus 14%. 1 plus 4%. Perfect. What is n here? N is not the number of years. Please understand, n is the number of compoundings. What is the compounding? How many times the principal is going to change in a given span of time? That is what is the number of compound. It's not number of years. It is number of compoundings to say that how many times the principal is changing in a given span of time. It's also called as number of conversion periods or number of and the same. Don't misunderstand that n is not a number of years. It will be number of years only for annual compounding. If it is yearly or annual compounding, only in that situation, n will be same as number of years. Have you understood? Formula for amount. Guys, you need not derive like this. Amount is P plus CI. There in case of SI, P plus SI. Here it is P plus CI. If you simplify it, you end up getting A is equal to P into 1 plus I whole power n. And this formula is referred as appreciation formula. You know appreciation, getting the formula for depreciation is very easy. Only difference is what? In place of plus, there will be a minus sign. Yeah. You learn this much, almost you're done chapter. In terms of formula I'm talking about. Of course, there are concepts, but in terms of formula, you're safe. You know these two. Which two? CI formula and what is CI formula? You tell me. P into 1 plus I whole power n minus 1 bracket should be used to P. Then what is amount? P into 1 plus I whole power n. What is this formula also called as? Appreciation formula. Why it's called as appreciation formula? Whatever the money that you invest, that will always grow. Amount is always greater than principal. Amount will be always more than the appreciation. In depreciation, it's the other way around. Amount is less than. Clear? Everybody? Now we'll see all that you need to learn is the types of compoundings and their conversion. The first type of the compounding that we have is annual compound. What do you mean by annual compounding? Yearly. How many times a principal will change in a year? Only one time. So if the principal is going to change one time in a year, so what do you mean by change of principal? Let's say today's principal is 10,000. After 1 year only principal is going to change. What is the new principal after the 1 year? Today's principal plus interest that you got for first year. Interest that you got for first year, that will be added with the old principal 10,000. That will be the new principal for the second year and so on. Have you understood? So that means if the principal changes in one time in a year, whatever the rate of interest specified for 1 year, entire rate of interest is applicable. Did you get my point? See, if it is annual compounding, let's say 10,000 is what the principal that you have. Rate of interest is 10% per annum. Where the principal is going to change at the end of 1 year, at the end of half year. At the here, the principal is going to change. What is the new principal? It's 10,000 old principal plus whatever the interest that you get for the first year. What is the interest that you get for the first year? What is the duration here? 1 year, 0 to 1, 1 year. 1 year, what's the rate of interest? 10% per annum. 10% on what? 10,000. How much it is? 1,000. So new principal is old principal plus the interest for the first year. So that means how did you compute this interest? Entire rate of interest you consider. Yes or no? So if it is annual compounding, I is same as the interest rate per annum only, and n is same as number of years. Why? Because principal is changing once in a year. If there are 5 years, principal changes 5 times in the given 5 years. Have you understood? So n and I will be same as number of years and the rate of interest per annum for annual compounding. Is it clear? Oh, what do you mean by annual compounding? Principal changes once in a year. N is same as number of years. I is same as interest rate per annum. But when it comes to semi-annual compounding, P changes twice in a year. If P changes twice in a year, how many times the compounding will happen in, let's say, 5 years? 10 times. So in general, can I say it's 2 into number of years? In 1 year, 2 times. So obviously, 2 into number of years is the number of compounding. But every 6 months, the principal is going to change. For 6 months, would you get the entire rate of interest per annum? Half of that only. See, per annum it is 10%. For 6 months, 5%. Therefore, interest rate is I is interest rate per annum. N is 2 into number of years. For which compounding? Semi-annual or half-yearly compounding. Is this conversion clear? So if you've understood this, quarterly should be easy. Principal changes 4 times in a year. So N is 4 into number of years. I will be interest rate per annum divided by. Have you understood? Pakka. 100%. Monthly compounding. What is monthly compounding? 12 times in a year. So N is 12 into number of years. I will be interest rate per annum divided by. Have you understood? Clear? Everybody. And most importantly, default compounding. Which one is the default compounding? Yearly compounding. Right? If they don't specify anything, what type of compounding it is, you have to take it by default as annual compounding. Default means if not specified, you should be taking it as annual or yearly compounding. Okay. Shall we see the questions? Only 3-4 types, maximum 4 types. That's all in compound interest. Right? Shall we? Look at the first one. First type is the direct problems using CI and appreciation. That's it. Direct problems. You may have to use CI formula or appreciation formula. Tell me CI formula quickly, everybody. P into 1 plus I whole power n minus appreciation formula. P into 1 plus I whole power. You should tell me what is given and what is that we need to. The compound interest on rupees 15,625 for 9 months at 16% per annum compounded quarterly is. What is that we need to find? CI. Correct? CI. What is that 15,625 given? Principal. What is this 9 months? Time duration. Everybody, please be very. What type of compounding it is? In a year, how many compoundings will happen? But 9 months, is it 1 year? It's less than a year. So how many years is 9 months? 9 by 12? 3 quarters? Array, 1 quarter is 3. Quarter andre e quarter. A quarter la. Boys, 1 quarter means 1/4. 1 quarter means 1/4. Right? 1/4 of a year. Year has got 12 months. 1/4 of 12 months is 3 months. So every 3 months is 1 quarter. Right? Okay. That means in 9 months, how many quarters will be there? 3 quarters. So n will be 3. If you don't understand this way, what you will do? Convert this 9 months into years. So that 9 by Into what? Into, is it 4? No. 9 by 12 is how many years? 0.75. Into what? How many compoundings in a year? 4. So 9 by 12 into 4, how much it is? So n is equal to, have you understood? Clear? What will be I? Interest rate per annum is 16%. For quarter, divided by 4 or into 4? Divided by 4. So 16 divided by 4, which is 4%. Have you understood? You need not write all this. You need not write all this. Now, what is the formula for CI? P into 1 plus I whole power n minus 1. Everybody, what is 1 plus I? 1 plus 4% is, don't take 1 plus 16%. After conversion, it becomes 4%. So 1.1 plus 4% is how much? 1.04. Type it, raise the power to 3. You know how to raise the power to 3? Press into equal to how many times, sir? 2 times, or the counter number becomes 4. Done? After that, what you'll do? Minus 1. After that, what you will do? Into 15,625. Answer is 1951. Option B is the right answer. This is June 2023 question. Last in June 2023 paper. Clear? Everybody? Yes or no? Pakka? 100%. Solve this question as well. What's the principle? What's the rate of interest? And what's the number of years? And various compoundings, you have to quickly find it out. See, I'll do semi-annual and monthly. Annually and quarterly, you can do it. Yes? As an assignment, I'll do semi-annual and quarterly. Tell me, guys, for semi-annual compounding, what is n? 2 into number of years. How many years it is? 3. 2 3s are 6. What will be I? Is it 24% or 12%? Half of 24%, right? So it's 12%. For monthly, what is n? I'll be doing semi-annual and monthly. 36. How come? 12 into number of years. What is I? Divided by 12. Interest rate per annum divided by 12. 24 by 12 is how much percent? 2%. See, annual and quarterly you should do. Right? I'm doing what? Half yearly and monthly. Everybody, what is CI for half yearly? P into 1 plus I whole power n minus 1. Everybody, what is 1 plus I? 1 plus 12% is? Type 1.12. Type 1.12. Raise the power to n. What is n? 6. Counter number should be 7. After that, minus 1. After that, into 50,000. Huh? 48? 691. So much. 24% is there. Yes. 48,690. How about for monthly compounding? What is 1 plus I for monthly? 1.02. Can I write 36 as 6 into 6? First raise the power to 6. Counter number should be 7. Then press into. For 6, how many times equal to? 5 times. Hope you are getting it right. Everybody don't raise it to 36 means counter number 37. Exam will get over. Right. 51. 990. 4 point. Clear? Everybody, please ask me if you have any difficulty in the calculation. Done? Done? Everybody? So you can do it for yearly and quarterly, right? Yes. The next question, November 2019 paper. Tell me what's given. What is 800 rupees here? principal. What is this 882? Amount. What is this? Rate of interest. It is I. Correct? Have they specified a type of compounding? First of all, what tells you it is CI problem? They said per annum CI. It's not SI, it's a CI problem. No, principal is there, amount is there. As per CI, what formula connects principal and the amount? Amount and the principal. Appreciation formula. What is it? A is equal to P into 1 plus I whole power. Everybody. Guys, what is it we need to find out is N. You know A value, you know P value. Combine A and P together. Is it A by P or P by A? A by P. Tell me what is A by P? 882 by 800? 1.1025. What remains on the right hand side? 1 plus I means 1.05. Correct? I is 5%. Guys, they haven't specified a type of compounding by default. What type of compounding it is? Yearly. Whatever the rate of interest they give you, the same thing you should take yes or no for the calculation. 1.05 whole power n. Where is n? Options. How do you get that? Type this base value. Everybody type the base value 1.05. Keep raising the power. Press into, keep pressing equal until you get this value. Counter number 3. The counter number is 3. Actual power is how much? 2. So n value is equal to. Have you understood? Everybody. Clear? Once again. Anybody? Please tell me. Should I explain once again? Got it? Pakka. 100%. Often they've asked questions on those. Like this. In one of the paper, based on appreciation only, 6 questions were asked. 2019 June paper. 6 questions were asked. I don't remember where it is. Yeah, it's June. 2019 June. 6 questions were asked on the same concept, appreciation formula only. Shall we move on? Now tell me what is given. What is this 1 lakh? Principal. What is this amount? Amount and principal are given as per CI or as per SI? What tells you CI? Compounded semi-annual. So it is CI problem only. What connects A and P? A is equal to P into 1 plus I whole power. Guys, you need not write anything on the paper for this problem. They have given a data. Guys, this is nothing but 1 plus I whole power n. What is there in place of n? Compare. What is there in place of n? No. What is there in place of n? Correct. N is equal to 8 means how many compoundings? 8 compoundings. Half yearly 8 compoundings means how many years are required? 4 years. Answer is option B. You need not write anything on the paper. One of the examination question it is. CACPT level question. You need not literally no need to write anything on the paper because this 1.03 whole power 8 is nothing but what? 1 plus I whole power n value. In place of n, what is there? 8. If n is equal to 8, 8 compoundings in half yearly means for 8 compoundings to take place for half yearly scheme, how many years required? 4 years. In 4 years only 8 compoundings will happen because every year 2 compoundings will happen in a semi-annual scheme. Yes or no? And if you have a doubt, you can see 6% per annum. But how much they have given here? 3%. Why? 1.03 means 1 plus 3% because it is semi-annual. Conversion is already done. So in place of n, what is there? 8. If they don't give this, what you do? A by P you have to do. What is A by P? 1,26,677 by 1 lakh, which is 1.26677, which is equal to 1.03 whole power n. What to do now? Type 1.03, press into, keep pressing equal until you get this value. What's the counter number? Counter number is actual power is n is equal to 8. Half yearly it is. So 8 compoundings to happen. 4 years is. Have you understood? Everybody. Even if they don't give you this value also, still you'll be able to do it faster. Yes or no? Are you getting it? Pakka. Online students. This is one of the ICAI exercise question and also CACPT level question. Okay. You would have seen this question in ICA material. 4B, exercise 4B question. Look at the question. The annual birth and death rates per 1,000 are 39.4 and 19.4 respectively. Birth rate is 39.4 out of how much? 1,000. Death rate is 19.4 out of how much? It's not out of 100, right? The number of years in which the population will be doubled. What do you mean by doubled? What's the relationship between A and P for double? What is the relationship between A and P for double? A is equal to, if today's population is 1 lakh, after a double, it will become 2 lakh. That's what it is. So A is equal to, it is as per CI or SI. They haven't specified anything. And please understand, population problems are always CI growth. Population problems are always CI based problem. It is not SI. Why? Because let's say today's population is 1 lakh of a particular town. Okay. Every year it's growing at 2%. So growth rate is basically how it is computed. Birth rate minus death rate. How many ever survive? Based on that only you can determine the growth rate. Yes or no? It's the birth rate minus death rate, right? So guys, let's say the rate of growth is 2% every year. Today it's 1 lakh. At the end of 1 year, it will become how much? 1 lakh plus 2%. How much? 1 lakh 2,000. That will be the population at the end of first year. Again, is it on 1 lakh for the second year also, or 1 lakh 2,000 for the second year? 1 lakh 2,000 becomes the principal for the second year. So is it not a compound growth? So population problems are always CI problems. Please make a note somewhere. Population problems, unless specified also, is always the CI problem. Yeah. Now, A is equal to 2P. How did we write A is equal to 2P? The population doubled. Okay. What formula connects amount and the principal? As per CI, appreciation formula. So already A I have written, should be equal to what? P into 1 plus I whole power. Can I write so? Any doubt in this? So instead of writing A is equal to 2P, then A is equal to P into 1 plus I whole power n. Then in place of A substituting as 2. Exam will get over if you keep writing all this. Right? Are you getting it? Right? So both the sides we can cancel, yes or no. So what do you have on the right hand side? 1 plus I. Rate of interest is okay. Now growth rate, have they given directly? They haven't. Yes or no? They haven't given the growth rate directly, but they have given birth rate and the death rate. So I already told you, I have already given you a hint how to find the growth, the birth minus death. So growth rate is nothing but I here. So it's 39.4 minus 19.4 upon, is it out of 100 or 1000? 1000. So how much is I? 0.02. It's in decimal only. It's 20%. 2%. So 1 digit percent. Okay. Now, what is 1 plus I in that case? 1.02. Raise the power to what? N is equal to. Clear? What do you do? Type 1.02 in the calculator. Press into, keep pressing equal until you get 2. Getting tired, 36, Actual power is? Answer? Hey, illappa, 35. 1.999 is closer to 2 or 2 point something is closer to 2. Before that value, what is it? 1.999 was for 35. 2.03 for 36. Which one is closer to 2? Is it 2.03 or 1.999? 1.999 is very closer. That means which one we have to take? 1.999 means 2, 35 years. Not clear. Pakka. Pakka. 100%. See, there is one 72 rule. Anybody knows 72 rule? Rule 72? For double, you can always use that rule 72. Okay. What is that you basically do is 72 divided by the rate of interest. That's it. You'll get the number of years. This is for double. Rule 72, they say. So it is 72 by I. But what is I here? 2%. So 72 by 2 is how much? 30. Nearest answer 35. But you can't be taking none of this. So that's a problem with the rule 72. So why I don't teach this rule 72. Some people actually teach this rule 72, but it's literally misguiding you guys, especially for this problem. It doesn't work. Especially whenever the values are in decimals, then you can apply. When the n value is in terms of decimal, then rule 72 you can apply. You can take that risk. But if it is in whole numbers, you can't take, because applying rule 72, you are getting 36. 35 is there, none of this is there. So which one would you take? None of this only? That case it will be wrong. So this is only, the conventional way only giving you correct answer, yes or no. Are you getting it? So when the answers are in decimals, then rule 72 you can approximate. But if it is in whole numbers, rule 72. Anyways, easily you can solve using appreciation form. Take that. Have you understood? Clear? ಹೇಳ್ರಪ್ಪ ಅರ್ಥమైందా ಪುರಿದಾ ತಮಿಳ್ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಲ್ಲ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮನಸ್ಸಿಲಾಯೋ ಹೇಳಂ okay next question find the number of years by which the sum of money increases by 40%. In by sum of money increases by 40, extra 40% it will become. But see guys, tell me, on your investment, what is that extra part called as? Interest. Hey, you have invested 10,000. 10,000 is increased by 40% means, what is that 40%? Interest? Yes or no? What is that you invested principal? If they specify in terms of percentage, interest is taken as 100. 100 plus 40, 140%. What is 140% in decimal value? What is 100% in decimal value? Very good. 100% means what? 100 by 100. 140% means 140 by 100, which is? You getting it? Are you getting it? Everybody, I would have told you A is equal to P plus CI. P is taken as 100. CI increases by 40. Extra increases CI only, which is 40% of what? Principal. Basically, it is P plus 40% of principal. That means P plus 0.4P. That means 1.4P. Exam will get over. Now you see here what to do. Extra that you are getting is 40%. That is interest. How much you invested? 100%. Principal is taken as 100%. 100 plus 40, 140. 140% is nothing but 1.4 times what? Principal. 0.4 times. What if they had said increases by 30%? What will be amount? Are you getting it? Increases by 50%. What is the amount? Point. Are you getting it? If you get a question like this, straight away write amount. This can be equated to what? This can be equated to what? What is this actually? P into 1 plus I whole power n. Appreciation. Are you getting it? What tells you it is CI problem? PP cancel on both the sides. What is 1 plus I? Have they specified a type of compounding? Have they specified a type of compounding? No. By default, annual. So 1 plus 2% is what? 1.02. Whole power n should be equal to 1.4. Type what? 1.02 in the calculator. Press into, keep pressing equal until approximately 1.4 you get. Counter number? Counter number is 18, I guess. Actual power is option. This is also one of the ICAI exercise question. Right? Have you understood? Everybody. Everyone, I'm expecting this question in the exam. I am expecting, because ICAI has a trend. It has set a trend that around 10 to 15 question copy paste from the ICAI exercise. Only 10-15 questions. maximum 20 questions, the entire maths paper, right? So out of those questions, this could be one of the questions, because they've never asked this exercise question the final exam. So only this variety is yet to be asked, could be asked the next paper, right? Easy, easy. Don't take the answer. You have to, if they change the numbers, right? You understood, right? Have you understood? Increases by 40% means CI is 40%, P is 100%. 100 plus 40, 1.4, 1.4, 140% means 1.4 times what? Principal. Equate that to appreciation form. PP cancel on both the side. 1.4 is to 1.0 whole power. Have you understood? Yes or no? Pakka. Understood. Type 2, it's a laddu. You, if you know appreciation formula, you are done with type 2 also. What is appreciation formula? You tell me. P into 1 plus I. I'll discuss type 3 first, then I'll come back to type 2. Okay, is it fine? I'll take you through type 3 because it is related to type 1. So appreciation formula is this. Guys, if the I'll talk about that later. Can I split this as 1 plus I into 1 plus I into plus I till nth year? Suppose if it is 4 years, it is 1 plus I into 1 plus I into 1 plus I. Yes or no? Yes or no? Since the rate of interest for all the years is same, we are able to write 1 plus I whole power 4. The rate of interest were different. Can we write whole power something? No. So how we have to write? P into 1 plus I1 to 1 plus I2 to 1 plus I3 and so on. See, if they specify the rate of interest for each individual year separately, there won't be any power. All powers will be 1. But if they specify interest rate is 5% for the first 2 years, in that case power n1 or n2. If they give it for individual years, the all powers will become 1, 1, 1, 1. Understood? Appreciation formula only. Thing is what? You're splitting that appreciation form. 1 plus I1 power n1, 1 plus I2 power n2, 1 plus I3 power. Are you getting it? I'll come back to type 2 later. So look at this type 3. What is it? To find amount when P different rate of interest for different durations are given. Right? Amount formula you know, P into 1 plus I whole power n. The same formula it is, but it is what? 1 plus I1 whole power n1, 1 plus I2 whole power n2. And clear? Everybody. Yes or no? Pakka? 100%. Helrappa. Clear? Huh. Present population of a town is 25,000. Population problems are CI or SI? Always CI. So present value is always taken as principal or amount? Principal. Present population is always. It grows at 4%, 5%, 8% per annum for the first, second, and the third years. Is it for the individual years or time durations? Individual years. First year, how much percent? 4%. Second year, how much percent? 5%. Third year, how much percent? So amount is P into 1 plus I1. Will there be a power for this? Because 1 year only, first year only. 1 plus I2, this is also for the second year alone. So there's no whole power. Into 1 plus. You know what is 1 plus I1 straight away in the calculator? Yes or no? First of all, type principal. How much is the principal? 25,000. Press into. What is 1 plus I1? 1.04. Because 4% is 1 digit percentage. The result of 1 plus I is 1.04. Into what? Into what? And the answer is 29,480. And please understand one more thing. If the rate of interest are given for individual years like this, you need not even do this way. You can do this way. P plus I1% plus I2% and so on. Straight away you can do it without using the formula. Principal only will keep what? Growing to give you what? Amount. So what is principal? 25,000 plus. What's the first one? 4% plus. Second rate of interest is 5% plus. This can be done only if rate of interest are given for individual. Are you getting it? Are you getting it? This was asked in December 2019. There's one more question, June 2019. In this case also, is it for individual years or the duration of time? Individual years. First year, second year, third year. Right. And what is this 550? Read the question properly. It is. Read it properly. What is 550? Is it principal or amount? Amount. What's the formula for amount? P into 1 plus I1 into 1 plus I2 into 1 plus I3. Clear? Now, what is the unknown here? Solve this everything, then take it to the other side. Don't divide. Do what? Multiply by taking its reciprocal. Everybody, what is 1 plus I1? 1.09 into 1 plus 6% into 1 plus 3%. What do you do with this? Divide equal, multiply. Amount is how much? 550. How much is the answer? 462.16. Option C is the right answer. Everybody, say yes or no? Okay, 100%. Shall I give you a question where the rate of interest are different for different durations rather than individual years? They have asked question. They have asked question. It's all one. Take. Question is rupees 10,000 is invested at 8% per annum, compounded half yearly for first 2 years, and at 4% per annum, compounded yearly or annually, one and the same, for next 3 years. Find the amount at the end of 5 years. What tells you it is CI problem? Half yearly given, yearly compounding. So obviously CI problem. So amount formula. Tell me guys. P into 1 plus I1 whole power N1, 1 plus I2 whole power N2. Now I would expect you to tell me the value of I1. Is it 8% or something else? Everybody, is it 8% or 4%? How come? Half yearly. So it's P, which is 10,000. 1 plus I1 will be 1.04. Correct? What will be N1? In 2 years, how many compoundings will happen for half yearly? Yes or no? Into 1 plus I2. Will there be any changes with this 4%? Why? Yearly. So 1 point. We'll do one thing. We'll take it to 3%. 1.03. There's a reason why I'm doing this. Whole power. Why? Annual compounding, no changes. Right. Now guys, both these terms are complicated. You can't do it in the mind. You can't raise the powers individually, separately. Yes? What do? Use the memory. Solve first of all 1.04, raise the power to 4. Raised multiply with 10,000. You got the result of these two, correct? Store it. Why am I asking you to store? Because 1.03 you have to raise the power. If I press into, keep raising the power of 1.03, press into equal to twice, even this value, whatever we have typed already, that also will get cubed. Yes or no? That should not happen. Therefore, type 1.03 now. Raise the power to 3. How do you do it? Press into equal to twice. After that, what you will do? Into MRC. And then press equal. How much? 127.6. 12,784.6. Have you all got this? Everybody, say yes or no. Any difficulty in the calculation, please do let me know. Clear? Sure. First of all, complicated one. Which is a complicated one out of the two? 1.04 whole power 4 because it has got the highest power. So 1.04 you type, raise the power to 4, counter number should be 5, into 10,000. After that, you store this because the other one is the complicated one, m plus. Done. 1.03 you type, raise the power to 3, press into equal to twice. Then you need to multiply, press into, multiply with what? Whatever you stored already. How do you recall? MRC, equal. So when you are using the memory value to divide with something or multiply with something, after MRC you have to press equal. Understand? Everybody, when you are using the memory value to divide with something or multiply with something, once you press MRC, whatever value you stored already will appear in the display. But if you want the final answer, you have to press equal. But when you do this one, 10 into 50 minus 60 into 40 plus 11 into 53. For this, you press m plus after this. You press m minus after this. You press 11 into 53 m plus after this. You have to press MRC. You will not press equal to here. For such expressions, you will not press equal to, because you are not using this memory value to multiply with something or divide with something. Straight away you press MRC, you get the answer. But when you are using the memory value which you have already stored for dividing the value, dividing by something or multiplying with something, after pressing MRC, you have to press equal to button. Are we clear? Everybody, say yes or no. Calculation clear? I need to take you through type 2. Buy one get one. Type 2 is buy one get one. If you know this type 2, there's one concept called as CAGR, compound annual growth rate, that can be easily done with this formula, whatever I'm going to do. Right now, what is this? Two amounts in terms of rupees, n1 n2 are given. So same kind of a variety we have seen in simple interest. What was the type? Very good, type 5. But that is as per SI. This is as per. Yeah, you can't be applying that shortcut over here. This as per what? CI. Okay. Two amounts in terms of rupees, and n1 and n2 are given. What you need to find out is I. Okay. Now look at the question straight away. Sum of money compounded annually becomes how much? 1,72,800 in how many years? 3 years. And 2,48,832 in 5 years. What are these 1,72,800 and 2,48,832? First amount. This is second amount. And what is this? N1 and why are we taking years itself as N1 and N2? Because they haven't specified the type of compounding. Default compounding is. Therefore, the number of years itself we are taking it as N1 and find the rate of interest per. Now there are two amounts. So two cases. A1 is equal to P into 1 plus I whole power n. So A1 is how much? 1,72,800. P is how much? We need to find out. We don't know actually. 1 plus I is how much? We don't know I also. Power n. How many years? I'll call this as equation 1. Second one. 2,48,832 is the amount. Principal we don't know. I also we don't know. Power how much? Let it be equation. Solve these two equations. Guys, two equations with two unknowns. Which one easily you can eliminate? Is it P or I? By doing what you can eliminate P? Divide. Because there's a multiplication sign in between. Unlike the type 5 of simple interest, there was a plus sign in between. We subtracted the two equations, cancel P. Here we can't subtract. We have to divide the two equations, cancel P. 2 by 1 or 1 by 2? 2 by. If I do 2 by 1, what do I get? 2,48,832 divided by 1,72,800. Yes, Tapa? 1.44 is equal to PP will get cancelled. And in the numerator, what you have? 1 plus I whole power 5. Denominator, what you have? 1 plus I whole power. 1 plus I whole power how much? Powers always get subtracted when numerator by denominator have got the same power. I mean, different powers, they get subtracted with the same basis, right? So, I value where it is. First option, if I hit 30%, what is 30%? 1 plus 30%? 1.30 or 1.3? One the same. Type 1.3. Raise the power to 2. You get 1.69. But what I should be getting? So it's not 30%. Check option B. Option hitting method. Option B gives you what? 1.2 power 2 is equal to 1.44. Why? What does this 0.2 means? 20%. 1.2 means 1 plus 20%. I is 20%. So option B is the answer. Takes time. Till 1 minute time. Takes time. You want to solve it in 20 seconds? Of course you can. That's what I'm talking about. If you know this, there's one more concept CAGR. Easily you can buy one get one. Already there is one buy one get one in type 5 of simple. Buy one get one. Right? Shall we? What are given? Two amounts in terms of rupees and two time duration given as per, not SI, CI. As per SI means type 5 of A2 minus A1 divided by T2 minus T1 into A1 minus T1 minus, not A1 minus T1, it is T1 minus into T1 minus A1. If you do into T2 minus A. Okay, please take the shortcut for such questions. I mean, type 2 questions of compound interest. It's simply A2 by A1 is equal to 1 plus option whole power N2 minus N1. The same formula can be used for compound annual growth, CH. Okay, guys, it's an option hitting method that you employ over here. First of all, A2 minus A1, A2 by A1 you do 2 lakh 44 8, sorry, 2 lakh 48 832 divided by 1 lakh 72 800. 1.44. 1 plus option. What is N2 minus N1? 5 minus 3 is. So hit the option, 1 plus option. If you hit 20%, 1 plus 20% is 1.2. Raise the power to 2. Press into, press equal. Only once you have to press equal. Yes or no? Get 20%. You understood? What's the one liner for this? A2 by A1 is equal to 1 plus option raised to the power into minus. Used for what? Type 2 of compound problems. Clear? Principal is not asked, it's only I. If only I is asked, this is what you have to. Clear? Clear? Akka? 100%. Look at the next question. Sum of money compounded annually becomes this much in 3 years and this much in 5 years. Two amounts are there. So A2 by A1 is equal to 1 plus option. What is N2 minus N1? It's 2. 5 minus 3 is 2. So A2 by A1 is how much? 17,623.41 divided by 14,049. 1.25? 44, equal to 1 plus option whole power 2. Which option if you hit? Is it 12%? Check. What is 1 plus 12%? 1.12 decimal. After decimal point, what you have to type? The digits in the 2-digit percentage given. So 1.12 is 12%. 1 plus 12%. 1.12 you type, raise the power to 2, press into, press equal. How much is the answer? Everybody. 1.25. So 1.12 power 2 gives you 1.25. 44. That means option B is the right answer. Are you all getting? Clear? Pakka. 100%. करेंगे. One last type of compound interest. Type 4. 3 is done. I discussed type 3 first. Sure. Different rate of interest for different durations. It's appreciation formula only, split it into various parts. That's it. Everybody clear? Helrappa. How is mathematics of finance? Difficult, easy? Easy. Practice the shortcuts. Easily you can do it. Right? More practice, easily you can solve the question. So today, after completion of the chapter, I'll leave you some with some questions, practice questions. And 60 questions are there. Can you try and come? Yes. Any doubt? You can reach out to me. Right? Copied? Type 3. Done? Guys, type 4. What's type 4? It's same as type 4 of simple interest. What's type 4 of simple interest? Tell me. Two amounts in terms of principal. Here also, two amounts in terms of. How do you identify amount in terms of principal? Double, triple, and so on. How many such amounts should be there? Two amounts should be there. And time period for the first case, where it was T1, what is asked? T2. Here it will be N1, T1, N2 will be. Okay? Conventional way or the shortcut straight? Both are okay. Look at the first question. A certain sum of money doubles itself in 4 years. In 4 years, it doubles itself. In how many years it will become 8 times of itself as per CI? That's very important. If it is as per SI, type 4 of simple interest shortcut, it is as per CI, so you can't apply that shortcut over here. It's one of the question in December 20, on the same type, two questions were asked in the same paper, December 2022, right? Question is, how many amounts? Two amounts. That means there are two cases. Agree? What's the first case amount? Double means 2p. I should be equating this to what? Appreciation formula. Because A and P are related using appreciation formula. What is that equal to? P into 1 plus I whole power n. How many years for the first amount? Have they given any type of compounding? That means by default annual. Whatever the number of years, same is n1. Correct? So this is PP cancel. 2 is equal to 1 plus I whole power 4. Let me call this as equation. In the second case, what happens? 8p equal to p into 1 plus I whole power n2, second time duration, right? PP cancel. 8 is equal to 1 plus I whole power n2. Equation 2. What do you do now to solve for what is asked? N2. What do you do? If you do 2 by 1, what you'll do? What you'll get? 8 by 2, 4 you will get. 4 is equal to 1 plus I whole power n2 minus 4 you will get. Correct? Can you solve? Two unknowns will be there. One is I, the other one is n. Two unknowns in one equation. Is it possible to? Impossible. What to do? Leave the question. What you will do? Why shortcut? This is conventional way. What to do basically is look at the second amount 8 times. Express 8 in terms of first amount 2. 2 power what is 8? 2 power 3 is equal to 1 plus I whole power n2. Is this clear? In place of 2, can I make the substitution 1 plus I whole power 4? So it's 1 plus I whole power 4 is basically this 2, right? But that has a power how much? 3 is equal to 1 plus I whole power n2. On the left hand side, what's the simplification? 4 3s are 12. And the right hand side, 1 plus I whole power. Bases are same on both the sides. Powers can be equated. That means n2 is equal to option A is the right answer. Takes time. Yes. Everybody understood the conventional way of solving it. Shortcut. Please take. What is that you need to find? Guys, it's very simple. Power of prime number power of prime number in second amount in A2 divided by power of prime number in A1 into N1. That's it. What do you mean by prime number? Prime number. A number which is divisible by itself and also by 1 is called as a prime number. It should have only two factors, not less than that, not more than that. The first prime number that we have is 2, and then 3. 4, composite number, it has more than two factors. 5, prime number. 6, composite. 7, prime number. 8, composite. 9, composite. 10, composite. 11, prime. 12, composite. 13, prime. After 13, 17, prime. After 17, 19 is a prime, and so on. 23 is a prime. Okay, you understand what is prime number now, right? Now, guys, look at the first amount, double. That means 2. What's the power? 2 is a prime number. Power of 2 is what? Array in 2, what is the power of 2? There's no power means what? For denominator, power of prime number in A1. A1 is 2, right? Right? Is there any power here? No power means 1. What's the power of prime number in the first amount? 1. So that means in the denominator 1. Now look at the second amount, 8. Is 8 a prime number? How do I write 8 in terms of a prime number? 2 power 3. 8 is nothing but 2 power 3. What is the power of prime number in 8? 3. So 3 in the numerator. Into what? N1. What is N1? Answer is, have you understood? Clear? Power of prime number in the second amount by power of prime number in the first amount into what? N1. That's all. Everybody understood? Say yes or no. If you have understood that, tell me about this. What's the prime number we have? First amount 2 times. It's a prime number. There's no power here. That means 1. Denominator is what? 1. In 32, 2 power. That means 5 in the numerator. Because 2 power 5 is 32. If you don't know what you'll do, type 2, press into, keep pressing equal until the counter number is, until the value is 32. Counter number is 6, actual power is. Into N1 is how much? Answer is, these two questions were asked in the same paper. December 20. Huh? I'll give you. Take. Have you understood this first? Pakka. 100%. One paper, 2 questions. Very important. Repeatedly they have asked questions on this type. What if it is not a prime number? Take. A certain sum of money becomes 9 times of itself. 9 times of itself in 12 years as per, yeah, that's very important. As per, in how many years? In how many years it will become 27 times of itself. Look at the first amount, 9 times. Is 9 a prime number? How do you write 9 in terms of prime number? 3 power 2. Second amount, 27. Is 27 a prime number? No. What power what? 3 power 3. What are we interested in? Power of prime number in the first amount should be in the numerator or denominator? Power of prime number in the second amount, 3 in the numerator. Into time in the first case, answer. Yeah. This variety of question they've never asked. The kebab mein haddi question. If ICI gives me a chance to set the paper, I'll definitely ask question. Because I have taught my students this question. Say thanks to Kautilya online batch. Offline now. Oh, how come offline today? Came for registration. Oh, ఇక్కడి నుంచి లంకనా, ఓల్డ్ టౌనా, న్యూ టౌనా? ఇక్కడనేనా? చాలా దగ్గరనే ఉన్నారు. అదే అదే చెప్తున్నాను, చాలా దగ్గరనే ఉన్నారని. ఓకే, క్లియర్ ఎవ్రీబడి? పక్కా? సిఐఎస్, say tata bye bye to CI. Whatever is left out is just a formality now. CI formula you all know? Tell me what is it? P into 1 plus I whole power n minus, right? Next concept is effective rate of interest, ERI. If you know CI formula, just exclude P from it, you get the ERI. Just exclude P from it, you get what? ERI. But you'll be asked to find percentage ERI. Need to multiply that with, and you should know few things about ERI. This effective rate of interest will be same as nominal rate of interest if it is annual compound. If it is annual compounding, ERI is same as nominal rate of interest. Meaning of ERI is very simple. As per CI, if it is 10%, as per SI, what is that 10% in CI is equivalent to in SI. That's what is ERI means. In case of a CI, it's 10% per annum. Had it been in terms of SI, what would be the equivalent percentage rate? That is what is ERI. Have you understood? In CI, if it is 12%, let's say, per annum, in SI, what is the equivalent rate of interest? That is what is effective rate of interest. See, this effective rate of interest is same as nominal rate of interest. From now on, we say nominal rate of interest as NRI. Effective rate of interest as ERI. Okay. This ERI and NRI both are equal for annual compounding. If it is half yearly, quarterly, or monthly, and so on, effective rate of interest is always more than nominal rate of interest. And effective rate of interest doesn't depend upon. Look at the formula of CI and look at the formula of ERI. What is not there in ERI formula? P is not. So does it depend upon P principle? So ERI is independent of principle. Very important. Four things you have to remember. ERI is always computed for 1 year. Why? Because you're comparing that with NRI, right? Comparing that with the NRI. See, nominal rate of interest is a guaranteed rate of interest for your investment. It's always specified as per annum. What do you mean by per annum? For 1 year. Nominal rate of interest is always for 1 year. If you want to compare ERI with nominal rate of interest, even ERI also has to be in terms of 1 year. So why? Effective rate of interest calculated for 1 year, considering the given type of compounding, so that we can compare it with what? Second point, ERI is same as NRI for what type of compounding? Annual. ERI is greater than NRI for half yearly, quarterly, or monthly. Clear? Formula, nothing needs to be, you need not by heart anything if you know CI. Just exclude what from it? P from it, and ultimately multiply that with. You understood? Clear? You have questions? Put a star, guys. Pakka there will be one question on every paper. Every paper there will be one question on. Just that you have to take care of the type of compounding. That's it. What type of compounding and what is the I value for that and what is the N value for that. If you know this, that's enough. Right? Look at the question. The effective rate of interest corresponding to a nominal rate of 7% per annum compounded monthly. What type of compounding? Monthly compound. Yes, if it is monthly compounding, what is N? 12 into number of years. Number of years is always taken as, in place of number of years, you should always write 1 for ERI, right? And what is I? 7% divided by 12. For 1 month, if it is 7% per annum, for 1 month you get 7 by 12. How much is 7 by 12? 0.583. Is this a decimal value or still a percentage value? It's still a percentage. We did not convert that into decimal. 7 by 12 only we have done. It is 0.583. Still there's a percentage. Yes or no? Is it a 1 digit or less than 1 digit? So how many zeros after decimal point? 2 zeros after decimal point. So what is 1 plus I value for this? 1.005833. Have you understood? Everybody, say yes or no. Pakka, 100%. Now, ERI formula 1 plus I whole power n minus 1. So, everybody, what is 1 plus I? 1.005833. Raise the power to 12. Guys, if you don't want to raise the power to 12, you can do 6 into 2 or 4 into 3 or 12, whatever. 7.229. The nearest answer to this is option. Everybody clear? Say yes or no. Please do it, guys. Pakka question in the exam, right? Just that the conversion has to be taken care of. What type of compounding, that conversion you do. So normally quarterly can be asked, half yearly can be also asked, even monthly also asked, right? How about the next question? What is I and what is n? Uh-huh. Answer is correct, 6.09. What is I value I'm asking? 3%. What is n value? 2 into what? 1. Why 1? It is computed for 1 year. So 2. So ERI formula is right here. What is 1 plus I for 2%? I mean 3%? 1.03. Type 1.03, everybody. Type 1.03. And raise the power to how much? 2. How do you raise the power to 2? Press into, press equal. Then what you'll do? Minus 1. Then what you will do? Into 100. How much is the result? Oh, 6 point. Option. Is this clear, everyone? Is this clear, everyone? Hope your speeds in the calculator has improved. By the time we complete this chapter, definitely your speed will improve. Right? Next. July 2021 paper. What is I and what is N? I is. How come 2? Monthly compounding, so 24 by 12. And N is 12 into, which is 12. 1 plus I whole power n minus 1 into 100. How much it is? Hmm? 26.82%. Option. Everybody, say yes or no. Akana, 100%. Here I clear? Everybody? Helrapa. 100%. So now onwards, as I said, after CI appreciation problem, no formula needs to be learned, no new formula. Around this only you can build the formula, right? Even appreciation, I mean, annuity. Right after this, we'll be discussing annuity. So annuity, matter of 4 formula. Buy one, get 3. One formula, if you learn, other 3 formulas easily you can tell you a logic why the formula is taken, right? Okay. Depreciation. Appreciation formula you all know. What is it? P into 1 plus I whole power n. The moment plus becomes minus, appreciation becomes depreciation. So A is always less than P in case of depreciation. So value of an asset like electronic gadgets or furniture or building keeps reducing with time. Even vehicles for that matter, right? Machinery or vehicle. That asset is called as depreciating. For depreciating asset, A is always less than. So formula A is equal to P into 1 minus I whole power n. Here, what is A? Called as a future value, also called as a scrap value. So if you purchase a vehicle, let's say two-wheeler, it will become a scrap when in the future only, right? What do you mean by scrap? It is of no use. It is of after its life, it becomes what? Useless. That is what is called as a scrap. Okay, so that is what is A. So any depreciating asset will become a scrap when in the future. So it is called as a future value or a scrap value. And what is P called as? Present value or cost price. At what price you are going to purchase that? That is called as P. And then N is called as life of depreciating. For how many years that depreciating asset can be put to service. if it is a machine or if it is a two-wheeler or if it is a car, for how many years it can be put into service before it becomes a scrap. And one more important. Yes, you have no problem in adding 1 plus I. I mean, I percentage to 1, right? Straight away you can do. If I say I is 24%, what is 1 plus I? 1.24. If I say 6%, what is 1 plus I? If I say 4.5%, what is 1 plus I? 1.045, because one digit percent. Yes or no? Clearer? Now, the problem comes with 1 minus I. How to do for 1 minus I is, without writing anything on the paper, without using calculator, straight away in the mind. Guys, in depreciation problem, please listen to me carefully. Treat this 1 as 100. Subtract, take I as percentage value only. Don't convert into decimal upfront. Say for example, I is 15%. See, if you convert this into decimal, 1 minus 0.15 it becomes. Subtracting 0.15 from 1, you'll have a problem because decimal value subtraction becomes a difficult task for you. So what I would suggest you rather is, take this 1 as 100, I is 15, 100 minus 15 is 85, but still it's a percentage. What is 85% into decimal? 0.85. So value of 1 minus I is 0.8. Straight away you feed 1 minus I value. You're getting it. Rather than subtracting a decimal value from 1, you can keep it in terms of percentage only. What is 1 in terms of percentage? 100. I is 15%, let's say. 100 minus 15 is 85%. What is 85% in decimal? 0.85. So value of 1 minus I is 0.85. What if it is 4.5%? 100 minus 4.5 is 95.5, which is 0.955. No need to use calculator for do. Yes or no? Straight away you can feed the value and raise the power 2. You can keep the counter reference, right? Everybody. समझ में आ गया? Problem ನೋಡ? Problem பார்க்கலாமா? பாருங்க ನೋಡಿ. Example 1. It is asked in December 2010 paper. The cost of machine is 1,25,000. What is cost price taken? P or A? P. Its useful life is estimated to be 20 years. That means what is useful life? N. Rate of depreciation is 10%. Would you convert it into decimal? No. Subtract it from 100, then convert that into decimal. Clear? That's what they have done here. They've already given offer. What is depreciation formula? A is equal to E into 1 minus I. What is asked here? Scrap value means out of A and P, what is scrap value? A. So 1 minus I whole power n is given off. 0.1215 is 1 minus I whole power n value. Type it into principal 1,25,000. The answer is good. Normally they'll do that. How much? 15187 option. I think more questions from annuity, wherein they'll give off the value. You know, you'll say simply, but those who don't know, as simple as that, as complicated as that. Anyways, look at the question. The life of the furniture depreciates at, it's a kebab mein haddi question, right? You think it's a boneless, you're caught in the throat, right? Don't curse me if you are vegetarians. Okay. The life of furniture depreciates at 10% per annum. What is 10%? Rate of depreciation, I. If the present value of the furniture is 21,870. Normally, the present value you take it as P, yes or no? Depends upon what is asked in the question. Don't come to a conclusion it is P only. Look what is asked in the question. Calculate the value of the furniture 3 years ago. Are they asking value of the furniture after 3 years? Had they asked after 3 years, in that case, this 21,870 would have been P only straight away. But they're asking before 3 years, what would be its value? Definitely more than this or less than this. In depreciation problem, greater value is A or P? In depreciation problem, greater value is A or P? That means what is asked here? P or A? P is asked. Because the greater value is only, how do you know, how do you say that greater value is only asked? 3 years ago, definitely it's a furniture. Yeah, furniture. 3 years ago, whatever is today's value, 3 years ago will be more than that because it is depreciating. Yes or no? So greater value they're asking. Greater value is always P. That means P is asked. Suppose if that said after 3 years, smaller value they're asking. That means A would be the question they're asking. P is the given. Here, see the receiving statement here is what? Present value. Normally you take it as, but it is not the case. Have you understood? Any confusion? Any confusion? Say yes or no? Pakkana. Okay. What is the problem? Formula we have to use? A is equal to P into 1 minus I whole power n. What is 1 minus I? I you will take it as 10% only. 1 you take it as 100. 100 minus 10 is 90%. 90% in decimal value. 0.9. Type 0.9 as a result of 1 minus I. Everybody understood, right? 1 is 100. I is 10. 100 minus 10 is 90%. 90% is 0.9. Don't type 0.90. 0.900 also 0.9. Yes or no? Type 0.9. Raise the power to how many years? After that, what you'll do? P is asked. You can't multiply P. Take it to the other side. Divide or multiplier? Divide equal for multiplying. Yes or no? Divide equal. Multiply with amount. What is amount? 21,870. What is P? 30,000. There are a lot of calculations that you'll be doing in the exam like this. Taking one thing on the other side and dividing. We convert division into, right? By doing what? Taking a reciprocal of that value. Have you understood? November 2018 question. Shall we move on? A machine worth 4,90,740 is depreciated at 15% per annum on its opening value of each year. When will its value reduce to 2,750,000? What is 2,750,000? Amount. What is this 4,90,740? Principal. It's a depreciation problem or appreciation problem? Depreciation problem. Formula is A is equal to P into 1 minus I whole power n. Guys, out of these options, which option is easy to plug in? What is 5 years, 6 months? 5.5. 5.5 is easy to plug in? Yes or no? Agree? Okay. So what is 1 minus I? 100 minus 15, 85. 85 is 0.85 whole power n. P you know, A you know, divide A by P. A is 2,750,000. P divided by 4,90,740. 40. Everybody listen to me carefully. Which option is easy to plug in? 5 years, 6 months. That means 5.5 years. Correct? You know how to do it for 5.5? How? Into root of 0.85. You remember? Number power n.5 is number power n into root of that number. Remember? Everybody? Yes or no? Okay, 0.85 whole power 5 you do first. What do you do after that? What do you do after that? Uh-huh. Correct. Solunga, heli, chappandi. M plus. Why M plus? Because this is a complicated one, right? A root is involved. Store it. Next. 0.85. Press the root into MRC equal. How much? 0.40. Same option. B itself is the right answer. Suppose, guys, for 5 years, 6 months, if this is found to be greater than 0.4090, we have to reduce the value. To reduce the value, the power has to increase a bit or reduce a bit. Suppose if it had been 0.41 something, let's say, required answer is 0.40. which is just more than 0.4090. Value has to reduce just a little bit. Means power has to increase or decrease? Increase. Look at the base value less than 1. If the base value is less than 1, if you increase the power, the value will decrease. You want to check? Type 0.9. Press into. Keep pressing equal. That means you are raising the power. What is happening? Value is reducing. If the base value is less than 1, the power increases means the value will reduce. So if it is 0.41, if it has to reduce a little bit, the power has to increase a little bit. That means the right answer would have been 5 years, 7 months. In that case, I'm saying you understood. Everybody. Pakka. Helrappa. The cost of laptop is rupees 1,10,000 and its scrap value depreciates at 12% per annum and its life is 6 years. Its scrap value is what? Laddu question. What we have to find? A or P? Scrap value is always A is equal to P into 1 minus I whole power. Scrap value is dash times the cost. Scrap value is how many times the cost. Find out the scrap value first of all. 1 minus I is how much? 100 minus 12, 88. 88% in decimal value is 0.88. Type 0.88. Raise the power to 6. How much? Into 1,10,000. 80.44. This is the amount, right? So this amount is what times this 1,10,000? Just divide it, no? 51,084.44 divided by 1,10,000. Option A by P. If you do, you will get to know it is 0.44 times of principal. Definitely it is less, right? Amount is less than the principal by how many times? I mean, how many times lesser? Obviously 0.44 times. Clear? Everybody? Pakka? 100%? Already 2 hours. Just now I came from the break. Hope you're also feeling the same. Huh? Oh. ಹಂಗಾತರ ಅನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಬೈಕೋತಾ ಇದೀರ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ Are you cursing me? No. Honestly. No breaks, no breaks. Exam ತುಂಬಾ ಹತ್ರ ಇದೆ. Right? 48 is too less. Okay. Questions nona? Please have a look. Everybody. See what they've given, the difference between SI and CI for 3 years on a certain sum is this. Difference between CI and SI. Tell me which one is greater out of CI and SI. CI is greater. So how do you write difference? CI minus SI or SI minus CI? CI minus SI equal to how much they have given? Oh, sorry. Be 2 here. It's 110.16. Please make a correction there. It's 110 points. 110.16. It's June 2023 exam question. Guys, everybody tell me what's the formula for CI? CI formula P into ಹೇಳಿ ಕಂಜೂಸ್ ಆಗಬೇಡಿ ಯಾರು P into 1 plus I whole power n ಅಷ್ಟೇನಾ minus 1. What is SI formula? PTI. Can't you visualize that? You can visualize what is CI formula and what is SI formula. What's common in both? Can I take P outside? What is remaining from CI? 1 plus I whole power n minus 1. There's a minus sign. What is remaining from SI? CR percentage is equal to what? 110.16. Clear? Clear? Pakka 100%. Now you see. What is that we need to find here? Sum means what? P. Except P, everything else we solve. Take it to the other side, reciprocal, and multiply. That's it. We don't divide, we convert that into multiplication. First of all, how do you solve this? Guys, first you will solve this. You will solve these two. Store. How do you store? M plus or M minus? M plus or M minus? This overall thing you are storing it. What matters is what comes to the in the beginning. Yes, it's positive M plus. Please do it. 1 plus I. 1.06. Raise the power to how many years? 3 years. Minus 1. How do you store? M plus. Now, T into R percent. 3 into 6%. How do you store this now? M minus. Now, MRC. Done? Now, you need to take it to the other side and divide, but we convert division into multiplication by doing reciprocal. Divide equal, you press. Multiply with 110.16. How much? 10,000. Clear? Guys, this formula is the conventional way of solving it. This is the conventional way of solving it. I would suggest you to go with this. I would suggest you to go with this only if the difference for more than 3 years is given. For example, difference for 4 years, difference for 5 years, then you can use this. You have to use this. I mean, even if you use this, does it take more than 30-40 seconds? Because hardly you're going to write on paper, right? Everything in the calculator only using memory you can do, right? Just the practice you need to have, right? But having said that, this has to be done only for the time duration more than 3 years. For 4 years, 5 years and all. For 2 years and 3 years, I will straight away give you the shot. Within no time, 5 seconds you can, right? Everybody, please take down shortcut to find P when difference between CI and SI for 2 years or 2 compoundings. 2 years or 2 compoundings is given. Everybody, the shortcut for 2 years or 2 compoundings is P is difference between CI and SI for 2 years or 2 compoundings divided by just I square. This is for 2 years difference. Now, for 3 years, the shortcut to find the principal is the same numerator, difference between CI, SI for 3 years, same denominator I square, but along with I square, there will be 3 plus I extra term for 3-year difference. So up to 2 years and 3 years, you can use these shortcuts. Even if you don't remember this also, still you can do it using the conventional method which we just did, right? But I would suggest you to go with this because it will take hardly 5 to 6 seconds, not more. Okay, for 2 years difference and 3-year difference, use this shortcut. Now we'll go back to the same problem which we solved using conventional way. How many year difference it was? 3 years. The difference is for 3 years. So yeah, if we solve that question using the shortcut, what's the shortcut? Difference for 3 years, denominator should be what? I square into 3 plus. Guys, how do you solve this? First of all, numerator. What's the numerator? 110.16 divide I square. Alright, denominator is complicated, right? Which one would you solve first? Denominator, that's better, right? Type I, everybody. Type I, 0.06. How would you square it? Into equal. How would you square it? Into equal. Then 3 plus I. 3 plus I. Take it up. How do you take it up? Divide equal. And what you'll do with the numerator? Multiply. Multiply with what? 110.16. How much? 10,000? Same thing. Everybody? Of course, you can even do numerator by denominator also. If you want to that method, you can do it. Type 110.16. Dana. Divided by I. What is I value? 0.06. But I has got a power 2, right? Equal to twice you press. Array 110.16 divided by 0.06. It has got a power 2 in the denominator equal to twice you press. Then again divide 3.06. Because 3 plus I is how much? 3.06. How much? 10,000. I think the first method is much better than this. You'll get confused how many times you have to press. Don't worry about that. Denominator you solve, take it up and multiply with the numerator. The best method. Clear? Everybody, say yes or no? Clear? Solve this quickly. December 2022 paper. Is it 2-year difference or 3-year difference? It's more laddu than the previous question. Yes or no? It's a difference by I square. That's it. What's the difference given? 96. Rate of interest we need to find. Difference is given. Even the principal is also given. What is that we are asked to find? What is that we are asked to find? That means I. Cross multiply. I square is equal to difference by P. Yes or no? Everybody. Difference is how much? 96. Divided by P is how much? 15,000. If you want to find I, what you will do? Press equal. Press the root. How much? Point. That means how much percent? 0.08 means how much percent? Single digit percentage, 8%. Option. Yes or no? Pakka. Everybody. Clear. Clear. Solve the next question. Is it 2-year difference or 3-year difference? What type of compounding? How many compoundings will happen? 2 compoundings. It is as good as same shortcut. 2-year difference or I have given you in the brackets. For 2-year difference or 2 compounding, the same shortcut you can use. Yes or no? Even though it is 1 year, since it is semi-annual, how many compoundings will happen? 2 compoundings. So P is equal to difference for 2 compoundings divided by I square. Now you have to be little careful. Should I be substituting I as 10%? 5%. That should be very clear. Now what is difference given? Difference only we need to calculate, right? What is 400 then? Read the question carefully. What is 400? It is P. Right? They're asking the difference between CI and SI on rupees 400. On rupees 400 means 400 is the principal. E is what? That means difference only they're asking. Yes or no? So what do you do? Cross multiply P into I square. First of all, I square you have to find. What is I? 0.05. Raise the power to 2 into principal 400. How much? It's 1. So difference is 1 rupee. Option. Everybody. Say yes or no? Pakka. 100%. Online. One last question. This CI is done. Helipa. The SI on a certain sum at 4% per annum for 2 years is rupees 80. What is this? SI for? Find the CI on the same sum for the same period. SI is given, CI is asked. Yes, if you want to find CI, what is the formula for CI? P into 1 plus I whole power n minus 1. What do you know out of all this? I you know, n you know 2 years, I you know 4%. Correct? What you don't know? How do you get P value? Using SI. They have given off SI. What is SI? PTR percent. What we don't know here is P. Keep this P there only. TR percentage you find out. TR percentage you find out. T into R. T is 2. R is 4%. What do you do? Divide equal, multiply with SI, 80. How much is principal? 1000 ah? Pakka? This is July 21 paper. Now guys, what do you do? Plug in NCI formula. What is 1 plus I? I is how much percent? 4%. What is 1 plus 4%? 1.04. Raise the power to 2. How do you raise the power to 2? Press into, press equal. Then minus 1 into 1000. Answer is 81.6. Option. Clear? Everyone. Ready? See, the other way around also the question can be asked. By giving CI, they may ask you to find SI. Using CI formula, find out P. Just like this. Plug in P in that SI formula, PTR percentage. You get the SI. This way also they can ask. By giving SI, they may ask you to find CI. By giving CI, they may ask you to find SI. In both the cases, you have to find P. Using the same two formulas only. Have you understood? Yeah. Clear, clear, clear. Pakka 100%. Yes. Have a glance at CI formula, appreciation formula, all those things. I'll give you 2 minutes time. If you have any doubts at any concept, please do ask. Before I move on to the next concept. Guys, just that you have to spend some time in getting the shortcuts in your finger. Get that right. And especially calculation. You have to keep solving more questions. How? Get practice. I think you're having scanners, right? Suchita Prakashan scanner you have? Each one of you will have, right? You don't have? Oh my god. EA Foundation students scanners. Previous paper questions, Apado. That's what. Suchita Prakashan will give you right from 2006 onwards. I think now new edition 2008 or 9 onwards. Yeah, that's what. You do all those questions, you're done. And don't look at the solution given by scanners. If you do it that way, exam will get over. Take the question. Huh? Take the question. Explanation one page. Take the question and solve in the way that I have taught you. Just take the question and solve. That's what. See, not just 40. Like most of the questions are repeated questions of E. Just that you have to have enough practice. That's it. So why the scoring marks in maths is very easy. Be surprising if you don't score from maths. Any doubt? Any concept? Clear? Tell me the shortcut for type 4 of compound interest. What is type 4 of compound interest? Two amounts in terms of principal. So what is N2 shortcut? Power of prime number in which amount? A2 divided by power of prime number in A1 into. Any doubt in this? What's power of prime number? I'll give you one question. A certain sum of money becomes 5 times of itself in 20 years as per CI. In how many years it will become 125 times of itself. Now look at the first amount. Is it a prime number? Pi, is it a prime number? What's the power of 5 in the first amount? 1. 125, express that in terms of 5 only. 5 power, what is 125? If you don't know what you'll do, type 5, press into, keep pressing equal until you get 125. Counter number is 4, actual power is, so 5 power 3. What by what? 3 divided by 1 into, what is N1? 20. The answer is clear. Everybody, say yes or no? What is the formula that you use when the rate of interest are different for different durations as per CI? P into 1 plus I1 whole power N1, 1 plus I2 whole power N2, and so on. This is for different rate of interest for different duration. Here, everybody. What if they give you two different amounts in terms of rupees and two different time durations? It's which type? Type 2. What's the shortcut for that? To find I? A2 by A1 is equal to 1 plus option whole power N2 minus N1. What is this? Type 2. When two amounts in terms of rupees is given, this is what you should be using. That's it. Clear? Everyone, make sure these are in your fingertips. Right? More you practice, more you are clear with the concepts. Yes, everybody. Helrappa. Clear? Now I'll just, no doubts. Pakka. I'll know whether doubts are there or not. Tomorrow, for the first 10 minutes, I'll be flashing some questions. See how you react to it. Right? And there'll be some surprise tests also happening. I don't know when. During the class time also. Hey, I'm not like, it's not done to what, insult you or something like that. So if you don't answer, it's not serving the purpose. As simple as that, right? If you don't do it, it is not serving the purpose. As simple as that. You should be able to do it, right? See, out of 10 questions, if you are not able to do one or two, that's so understood, right? Out of 10 questions, you are able to solve only 2 questions. Remaining 8 questions, you are not able to solve, means there's some problem, either from my end or from your end, right? There should be some problem, right? Yeah. So make sure you are in track, right? So I'll be flashing some questions to be able to identify and give me the shortcuts and answer the question within no time. You're able to do 13 to 14, trust me, right? And immediately after this chapter, I'll take you through the next important chapter, that is measures of central tendency dispersion. Again, 13 to 14. We complete these two chapters, around 26 to 28 marks done, right? Yeah. So we will be doing those high weightage chapters in the beginning, and then other chapter will just go like this, right? So I'll be spending more time on these two chapters. Doesn't mean that I'm not going to discuss all the concepts. I'll give you all the concepts, all the questions, right? Okay. Anyways, annuity. Take an example of you taking a rental house. You've taken a rental house. There's an agreement between you and the owner, right? What is the agreement? For 11, normally the rental agreement is made for 11 months. After 11 months, it has to be revised, right? Okay. For 11 months, whatever the rent agreed between you and the owner, it will be fixed or it will be different. It will be fixed. Let's say 15,000 per month is the rent that you are going to pay every month, right? Is it a regular payment? Monthly, obviously regular payment. Regular means with what? I mean, monthly ones, or it could be every quarter. Rent you can't pay every quarter. There are some payments where quarterly payment is there. Where insurance premiums, you can choose quarterly payment. Aware? Are you aware of this? There is insurance premium where you can choose quarterly, daily also. Right. So this 15,000 is the fixed amount. It's not going to change for next 11 months. And at 11 months is a specified number of periods for which you have to pay the fixed amount of 15,000 every month. Yes or no? After 11 months, what happens? Again, the plan change, right? Next 11 months, again the fixed amount you're going to pay. But this 15,000 is applicable for the 11 months, whatever specified. For this 11 months, within this 11 months, this 15,000 is not going to change. Means it is a fixed amount. It is a regular payment in what sense? It is per month. Every month you're going. So this is called as annuity. 15,000, whatever you pay every month, it is called as annuity. So what is annuity? Fixed amount paid regularly or received regularly for specified number of periods. Fixed amount, 15,000 is a fixed amount, and it's a regular payment paid for a specified number of. Now, what could be another example for annuity? Insurance premium. Let's say you're taken an insurance policy for 10 years, you are taken a policy. Every year it will be a fixed amount. For the next 10 years, you're going to pay the fixed amount. How about EMI, loan EMI? That is also a fixed amount. Let's say you're taken a loan of 5 lakhs. Every month you're going to pay a fixed amount. For next 5 years, that is also a fixed amount for specified number of periods. So it's an annuity. So wherever a fixed amount payment is involved and regular payment is involved for specified number of periods, is always an annuity. Loan EMI, rent, insurance premium. Have you heard of RD, recurring deposit? What's the difference between recurring deposit and fixed deposit? Fixed deposit is one time. RD is recurring, like every month, every year, every quarter, every half a year. The recurring. The same fixed amount only repeatedly you're going to pay regularly. Could be monthly, could be half yearly, could be quarterly, could be even annual. So RD is also an example of annuity. Have you understood what is annuity? Clear? Fixed amount paid regularly for specified number of. Now, guys, this annuity has got two types: annuity regular, the other one is annuity due. What is regular? If the fixed amount is paid after one period, in the sense, let's say you've taken a rental house. When do you pay the first rent? Is it the very first day you've taken a rental house? You're going to pay something at the very first day. What is it called? Advance. That is not the rent. First rent you are going to pay after 1 month, end of the period only. What's the period here? After 1 month only you are going to pay the first rent. That is regular pay. How about loan EMI? Are you going to start paying the first EMI the day when you have received the loan amount? After 1 month only you are going to pay the first EMI. Yes or no? That is annuity. So wherever the regular payment is involved at the end of the each period, guys, you may be thinking rent. We are going to pay the rent in the beginning of the month. Of course, before 10th only you pay. But the thing is, when is that your first rent begins? Is it today only? No. On completion of 1 month only, you're going to pay the first rent. Even the EMI for that matter. Are you going to pay the first EMI the day when you receive the loan? No. After 1 month only, you're going to pay the. Of course, it is regular. Of course, it is. It could be in the beginning of the month, yes. But the first payment, when it is made, based on that, it is annuity regular or annuity due. What is annuity due then? First payment is made that first day itself, the beginning of the period itself. First payment is made the beginning of the period, in the sense on that particular day only. Starting from today, when you see the wording starting from today or commencing now, that is always annuity due. Moment you see the wording starting from today or commencing now, that is always annuity due. What could be example for annuity due? If you open a RD account, when is the first recurring deposit has that day itself? RD account, RD recurring deposit is an example for annuity due, because the first deposit has to be made that day only. You open RD account. What about insurance premium? When do you pay the first premium? The beginning itself. Otherwise, they'll not give you the bond, insurance bond. Yes or no? They'll give you on paying the first premium. That is first. First premium is made that day itself. That is annuity due. Have you understood? Clear? How about loan? Regular or due? Annuity regular. What about rent? Annuity regular, also called as ordinary annuity. Annuity regular is also called as ordinary annuity. Annuity due is also called as immediate annuity. Immediate means the first payment is made that day itself, the beginning itself, or starting from today, or commencing now. You see such wordings, it is annuity due or immediate. Clear, everybody? Clear? So having seen what is annuity, what are the types of annuity, now we are going to discuss those four formulas. Right. One is future value. See, any annuity for that matter, be it regular or due, has got a future value, has got a. Now, guys, I want you to understand. I'll write two questions. You should tell me whether it is annuity question or appreciation question. Okay. You should identify which one is annuity and which one is appreciation. Because you should be in a position to understand the question. I'll not say this is annuity question, this is an appreciation problem. You have to understand, right? So let me give you a question. Two questions basically. You should tell me which one is annuity and which one is not. What is annuity, first of all? Tell me. Fixed payment made every, I mean, regular payment. It could be every month, every half year, every quarter, every. At the end of the period. At the end of the period is annuity, right? Due means at the beginning of the period. Annuity means a fixed payment paid regularly for specified number of. That is annuity. Let me write some questions. I'm going to give you two questions. Which question is annuity? Which question is appreciation? Tell me. Rupees 10,000 is invested for 3 years. Rupees 10,000 is invested for 3 years at 10% per annum. Find the CI actually. Find the future value of this investment. Future value of this. This is one question. Let me complete writing the other question also. Rupees 10,000 is invested every year for the next 3 years at 10% per annum. Find the future value of this investment. Tell me which one is annuity problem and which one is not. Second one is annuity problem. The first one is appreciation. So what tells you it is annuity? The second one. Every year, regular payment. It could be every month or every year or every quarter or every half a year. That is what is annuity problem. Have you understood? Have to see such wordings, then only it is. There should be a, it should be a regular payment. Here, have they said every year? No. So what is this 10,000 in this problem? Principal. What is that they're asking? Future value of this investment means amount they are asking. Use appreciation form. How about this? What is this 10,000? Fixed amount paid every year. So this will become the annuity. Have you understood? Everybody. Say yes or no. Akka. Clear? Helrappa. Right? So this is annuity problem. Now, have they said at the beginning of the year or at the end of the year? They haven't said. So default annuity is annuity regular. Default compounding is annual compounding. Default annuity is annuity. Clear? Pakka na? Everybody. Pakka. Please take down these four formulas. Future value of annuity regular. From now on, I'm going to write this as FV of AR. FV for future value, AR for annuity. It's just the three terms that you have to remember. You know ERI? You know ERI? Effective rate of interest. There are two rate of interest that we have discussed so far. One is ERI, the other one is NRI. Divide ERI by NRI. NRI is I, correct? I is NRI. Just multiply this with A. Two different rate of interest. ERI by NRI. Multiply that with. This is what is future value of AR. You haven't seen this formula before? You had seen the formula which I am going to give you now. A into, what is ERI formula? 1 plus I whole power n minus 1. Is it a percentage ERI here? No, it's just a decimal value divided by. This is what is future value of AR. Have you understood? So if you are not comfortable remembering or by hearting this, remember three terms. ERI by I, multiply that with. What is A here? A is called as the annuity. A is called as what? Annuity, or the fixed amount that you pay, regular payment that you make as a fixed amount. That is what is A, not capital A. That capital A, why I'm not giving as a capital A, you will get confused. There capital A is amount, here small a is so in your material, I think they have given capital A. I mean, ICA material, they have given capital A. So to avoid the confusion only, I made it small a. Right? Go with small a only for annuity, capital A for clear. Now, future value of AR, you understood. Now, next thing is future value of AD. Buy one, get one. As simple as that. Guys, future value of AR is this. Future value of AD, if you want, same formula you copy down. A into 1 plus I whole power n minus 1 divided by I into just that you have to multiply 1 plus. Because the reason is you're going to wait for one extra year, and that one extra year the interest is 1 plus I. Suppose you are going to make last payment. After the last payment is made, you are going to wait 2 years, means you have to multiply 1 plus I whole power 2. In annuity due, since you are going to make the first payment in the beginning itself, for the first year you get the extra interest. In annuity regular, you are not going to make the first payment in the beginning itself. You will get the interest from the second year onwards. First year there is no interest in case of annuity regular, because when you make the first payment in case of annuity regular, after 1 year only, if it is yearly payment, after first year only, in the beginning you have not made any payment, are you going to get the get interest for the first year? No. On completion of second year only you get the interest. Are you getting it? But in case of annuity due, you make the payment in the first payment in the beginning itself. So for the first payment you are getting the extra interest for 1 year extra interest. So why it is 1 plus I has to be multiplied here? Have you understood why future value of AR and future, what's the difference between FV of AR and FV of AD? FV of AD has got into 1 plus I. Clear? Everybody? Yes or no? Pakka? Next thing. Future value of, sorry, present value of annuity regular. Present value of annuity regular. So what is present value of annuity regular? Guys, you all know relationship between future value and present value? Do you know the relationship between future value and present value? Actually, you know it. Appreciation formula. What is appreciation formula? A is equal to P into 1 plus I whole. Out of A and P, which one is future value? A. Which one is present value? Into 1 plus I whole power. Clearer? Now, what we want here? PV. Already we have FV. What is PV, guys? PV is nothing but FV divided by 1 plus I whole power n. Clearer? So just substitute. FV of AR is what? This, right? A into 1 plus I whole power n minus 1 divided by I. Just this, if you write, it is FV of AR. Divided by what should be there? 1 plus I whole power n. Where that will be? The denominator or numerator? Denominator. So this 1 plus I whole power n extra. You compare FV of AR formula and FV of PV of AR formula, extra term in the denominator is 1 plus. But this is not the formula that you will be using for the problem. You use this formula, it will take more time. So what we'll do is, we will simplify this formula, and that formula will be using. The reason why I gave you this is, you know, FV of AR formula, you can easily get PV of AR. So why I gave you this formula. Now I'm going to give you the simplified version. That is what you'll be using in the exam. What is that formula which I'm going to give you now is, everybody, PV of AR is A by I into 1 minus 1 plus 1 divided by 1 plus I Rn. This looks more simpler. For calculation also becomes very. If you want, you can check these two are same. This and this are one and the same. How do you justify? If you take the LCM, what is it? 1 plus I whole power n, 1 plus I whole power n minus 1. This I comes within the bracket, you'll get back the same. Yes or no? But if you keep it this way, it will take more time in the calculator. You will have to make use of memory of your calculator. Without memory, if you want to do, this is the best form. Clearer? PV of AR. If you know PV of AR formula, PV of AD is very, very simple. Extra thing that should be multiplied was what? 1 plus I. So PV of annuity due is A by I into 1 minus 1 divided by 1 plus I whole power n. Whole thing should be multiplied with 1 plus I. So this is what is PV of annuity. Yeah. Like clear this? I'll just rewrite the formulas once. All 4 formulas. We'll remember these formulas as 1, 2, 3, 4. What is one? FV of AR. 2, FV of AD. Third, PV of AR. Fourth, PV of AD. Tell me, FV of AR. What's the formula? A into ERI by I. But what is ERI? 1 plus I whole power n minus 1 divided by. Second one, FV of AD. What's the modification? The same thing but multiply with 1 plus I. You know why that 1 plus I is there? That 1 extra year interest, right? Divided by I into what? 1 plus. The third one that we discussed, PV of annuity regular. What's the simplified formula? A by I into 1 minus 1 divided by 1 plus I whole power n. I want you to answer this question. The question is, how do you solve this in the calculator in one step without using memory? This expression, how do you solve? Everybody, what do you solve first? 1 plus I whole power n. Then what you will do? Divide equal to take the reciprocal. Then what you will do? Plus or minus to make it negative, plus or minus. Then add 1. Then into A divided by I, or divided by I into same answer. I'll repeat. First of all, within the brackets, what is it? 1 plus I whole power n. It is in denominator, take it up. How do you do it? Divide equal. Then make it negative, plus or minus. Then add 1 to it. Then into A divided by I. Right? It's a matter of calculation. That's it. Only formula. Data will be given. I mean, normally this annuity questions will be lengthy. Don't read the entire question. See what is asked. By reading the last part of the question, you will know whether it is present value of annuity or future value of annuity or annuity regular or annuity due, that you can make out. Write down the formula. See what is required. I will be required. Obviously, search for rate of interest. Whatever is attached with percentage, that is I. You need not read the entire question. Just find the value of I and number of years you find out. That's all. And a fixed amount what you pay, that is A, that you find. Picking the values will be more easier than reading the entire question. Don't ever read the entire question when the question is lengthy, especially chapter number 4. Right? Last one. What is it? PV of annuity. What is it? Same as PV of AR, but the modification into. Have you understood? Clear? Shall we see questions? Application based question on this? Yes? Formula clear? Hope you remember this formula. Whatever concept that we discussed, it's only based on these 4. Shall we have the questions? This is November 2007. I think we're just born, 2007. 1 year, baby. Example. Oh, where is one? Here you are. Okay. 2006. Not even born. Huh? 2-3 months. Okay, fine. Example 1. Have a look. What says it is annuity? This will say it is annuity. Look at the last part of it. What is it they're asking? Future value. First of all, every year. See the last part of it. What is asked? Future value. So future value of regular or due. What says due? Starting from today. So it is annuity due. So FV of AD is what they're asking. Is this clear to interpret the question? Everybody. Every year says it is annuity. Starting from today says it is annuity due. And look at the last part. What does it ask? Future value. So future value of AD. 1, 2, 3, 4. Which formula? Second one. What is it? A into ERI. 1 plus I whole power n minus 1 divided by I. That's it. Into 1 plus. Everybody help me with the calculation. What is the first thing that you should be typing? 1 plus I. I is how much? They have given off 1 plus I whole power n. Straight away you type this. Minus 1 divided by 0.08. ಆಮೇಲೆ into 1.08. Correcta? Any doubt in this? Into what? A. What is A? 10,000. Answer. One lakh 56,000. Option. November 2006 question. I think it is asked one more time also. Foundation. Right? Clear? Huh? Matter of formula and plugging in the values. Even if you don't write the formula, it's okay. Just visualize the formula, feed the values as per the formula. Don't write the formula. Writing formula also takes time, right? Try to visualize, guys. Try to visualize. See, for your information, most of the shortcuts that I've derived, any chapter for that matter, it happened when I was driving. Many a times. Many a times, the shortcut that I derive is when I was driving. Normally, I tell my students to reach out to me for asking doubts when I'm driving. Because when I have some college, like takes like 45 minutes, 1 hour, I feel myself very free. So I'll ask, please don't do that. Okay, I can do it. I'm successful so far. Nothing happened. Right. So I believe that I can do that. Multitasking. Right. So I normally students ask me doubts like I'll say this is the first step, this is the second step. They'll write. After explaining everything, they ask, do I do it? So to escape what I'll normally what I'll do, I've given shortcut for rest of the problems. Use that left out time to solve this question. Something called conscious, right? So that makes me think. That makes me think. If there is a shortcut for this, there should be a shortcut for this also. See, for every shortcut that I derive, I'll have to solve like 4-5 questions. 4-5 questions, and I have to observe what's happening in each question. The only shortcut that took like 2 days for me, literally 2 days, that was integral calculus, and especially partial fraction, integration by partial fraction. So it's a nightmare for all the students because it's like 1.5 page. Even sometimes if it is a repeated factor, repeated linear factor, it will take even 2 pages. So now I came up with a shortcut wherein within 1 line, in no time. For that only I had to spend like 2 days. Because the question itself is so lengthy, like 2 pages answer. I'll have to observe each and everything. Right. So the visualization helps when it worked out for me. If it is working out to me, it should definitely work for you also. I'm not asking you to derive the shortcuts. Try to visualize things. Try to see things. Not always behind what if I write only, I'll be able to see that. Right. If you do it, when you have shortcuts, you have calculator tricks. On top of it, it will be like a icing on the cake. If you can visualize steps, right? Don't do adventurous things now because you are having very less time. If it is around 6 months or 7 or 8 months, I would definitely suggest you to do. Anyways, but as much as you can, Please try doing it. Anyways, next question. Which annuity is this? Which annuity is this? Question lengthy. What you'll do? Read the last part of it. What is asked? How much should he invest annually? What is it? How much should he invest annually? Annual payment means regular payment. What is that they're asking? What is that they're asking? Annuity means what? Okay. They're asking us to find what? Look, Raja age 40 years wishes his wife Rani to have 40 lakhs at his death. How good husband, right? Right? So caring. His wife Rani should have 40 lakhs at his death. So what he does is he'll start investing. His expected life is another 30 years. For another 30 years, he'll make investment. Starting from when? Commencing now. Means annuity regular or annuity due. How much he has to invest every year or every month? Annually means every year only. A value you need to find. What is this 40 lakh? Can you tell me? Future. When he wants that money, not for him, his wife. Right? He will not get that 40 lakh. His wife only. Right? Obviously in future. What is the n value here? How many years? 30 years. 30 years. Okay. Is it FE of year or FE of AD? What tells you first of all it is FV? Because he wants 40 lakhs at his death. Obviously in future only. So it is FV of annuity regular or annuity due? Annuity due. What tells you annuity due? Commencing now. AD is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4. Which formula? 2. What is it? A into 1 plus I whole power n minus 1 upon I into 1 plus. Quickly. What is the unknown here? What is the unknown here? Leaving out A, you solve everything else which I have encircled. After solving that, what you will do? Divide equal and multiply with FV of AD. Right? Please do it and tell me what's the value. How much? 81,628. Is that the answer everyone got? Please tell me if you have any difficulty in the calculation. You know that you need to find the value of A. Except A, everything else you solve it first. Take the reciprocal and multiply with the LHS. Clear? Actually, you have to divide it, but we will convert division into multiplication by taking its reciprocal. First of all, 1 plus I. What is 1 plus I? 1.03. Raise the power to 40. Don't do 40. Sorry, 30. 6 into 5 you do. Raise the power to 6. Counter number is 7. After that, what you will do? Into. Equal to how many times? 4 times. Are you getting this? Are you getting this? 1.03. Press into. Keep pressing equal until the counter number is 7 because the power is 6. Press into. You can't keep the counter reference now. Equal to how many times? 4 times. For power 5, equal to 4 times. Then minus 1. Divide 0.03 into 1.03. Yes or no? Any doubt on this? Take the reciprocal by doing divide equal and multiply with that 40 lakhs. Be very careful with how many zeros you're typing. 40 lakhs means 4 followed by 6 zeros. The 20 button press 3 times. 6 zeros. Don't press 0 6 times. 20 button is there that you press 3 times. Clear? Everybody clear? Pakka 100%. Next question. What question is this? 2,500 is paid every year for 10 years to pay off the loan. What is 2,500? What tells you it is annuity? What tells you it is annuity? Every year. 10 years means n is equal to. What is the loan amount if the interest rate be 14% per annum compounded annually. So please understand, when do you take the loan? Today or in the future? Are you're paying the EMI. That means you've taken the loan already. That means it's a present or the future? Present. So loan amount is always present value. And loan is always regular or due? Regular. So please make a note. Loan amount is always what? Annuity PV of AR problem. PV of AR. PV of AR. Present value of annuity regular is only loan amount. So that's what they're asking. That's what they're asking. 1, 2, 3, 4. Which formula? 3. What is it? A by I into 1 minus 1 upon 1 plus I whole power. Everybody. 1 plus I, first of all, you're supposed to type because that is a complicated one. What is 1 plus I? 14% added with I. 1 is what? 1.14. Type 1.14. Raise the power to 10. Press into, keep on pressing equal until the counter number is 11. Of course, you can do 5 into 2. But anyways, what do you do after that? Divide equal by taking it up. Would you multiply with 1? Would you multiply with 1? Any value multiplied with 1 is the same value, right? No need to multiply with 1. Make it negative. Plus or minus button. Then add 1 to it. Plus 1. Into A. A is how much? 2500. Divided by I. What is I? 0.14. 14% means 0.14. How much is the value? Point. Nearest answer is option A itself is the right answer. Huh. Of course, after the bracket, there's nothing means multiplication, right? Within the bracket, you have solved off. Then obviously you have to multiply with A. There's no sign means it's a multiplication, right? And divided by I. Clear, everybody? Yes or no? Pakka 100%? Solve. Kushal takes a loan of 50,000. What is this 50,000 loan amount? What is this called as? Is it annuity or PV of AR? 50,000, is it every year? It's a loan amount. Loan amount is always what? PV of AR is given off. How much? 50,000. Formula is what? 1, 2, 3, 4. Which formula? Third. What is it? A by I into 1 minus 1 divided by 1 plus I whole power n. What is that we need to find here? How much he has to pay every year for the next 5 years? What is n? 5. What is I? 10%. That means A is the unknown. Leaving out A, everything else you solve it. After solving this, what you'll do? Divide equal, multiply with 50,000. That's what is A. Correct? Everybody. Only A you have to keep on the right hand side, rest of the things on the other side. Please do it. $13,189 points. Everyone got this? Got it, Pakka. Please do it, guys. If not now, it's never. Right? Okay, so the assignment for you all, guys, is all the concept that we have discussed once. You have to go through and solve ICI material questions. 4A, 4B, 4C. 4A 12 questions, around 10 and 12, 10 to 12. 4B also around 12 to 14 questions. 4C, 4D. Roughly around total put together around 50 questions. Should be able to solve them comfortably. Right? Complete it off and come. So I'll be taking you through the application problems on annuity and then chill to pull to concepts like CAGR, perpetuity, There's one more. What is it? Valuation of bond and applications of annuity. That's it. So within 1 hour, those concepts will be done. I'll be starting with right after that with measures of central tendency dispersion. Right. So please don't miss the class. Continuity will be missed. Right. See you all, guys.